Sword of Coming Chapter 995. As the old saying goes, husband leisure, Ching Fu also. Since being idle is also idle, and being idle is a kind of happiness, Lu Xianying took a round-faced girl with the pseudonym Yu Qianhua and traveled to the northernmost part of Aquarius Island. They wandered along the long coastline. After a lap, Lu Xianying went to the sea every day, brought pots and pans, and simmered a pot of seafood, so Lu Xianying forgot what the taste of fresh river was. Whenever Lu Xianying stopped and took a nap, the girl with the round face and the cotton coat sat quietly beside him. When Lu Xianying returned to Zhongmen Mountain, he found that the blacksmith Wan was still casting swords behind closed doors, and his younger brother Xia Ling was in seclusion. This object was the treasure that was given to Xia Ling by Bai Yujing's third headmaster. It is a colorful glazed pagoda, half a foot high, with 9 floors, with plaques hanging on all sides of each floor, so there are 36 pieces in total. Lu Xianying was very envious and couldn't help but sigh. It's really good to have a good ancestor. Xinghua didn't talk to her, she just thought about whether there were any flocks of ducks on the other side of the Longshu River. Lu Xianying was still complaining about himself there, saying that his ability to reincarnate was not as good as this junior brother Xia, otherwise, let alone the fairyland, it would be no problem to just grab an ascension. Dong Gu, who was on the side, has long been accustomed to this. Anyway, it is his own words behind closed doors, and he can't be ashamed to be thrown outside. Moreover, although Lu Xianying said it sourly, it was also true. Brother Xia had a very good chance on the road of cultivation. As Lu Xianying said, it was thanks to the genealogy of the Xia family in Taoya Lane that there was a big man, and it was Beiju. The Tianjun of Luzhou, Xia Shi, last time Xia Shi returned to his hometown, Xia Ling, this kid, is equivalent to adding another living ancestor from the family tree out of thin air. According to Lu Chen's statement at that time, this small tower can suppress all the demons and ghosts in the world under the upper 5 realms. Xia Ling was convinced at the time, and the ancestor Xia Shi hesitated, but finally he did not reveal the secret. When the boy who was nicknamed Longmire by Lu Chen in those days grew older and his cultivation realm became higher and higher, Xia Lingkai was horrified to discover that the Linglong Pagoda, which had never been able to refine its life things, was a genuine immortal soldier. Treasure. The reason why Xia Ling was able to be a sword cultivator, at the same time, and proficient in talismans and formations, stemmed from his concentrated study of this exquisite pagoda. Someone once glanced at it and commented on this treasure. It was concise and concise. There was only one sentence. This thing is a complete Taoism. Her implication was that junior brother Xia Ling could start a sect based on this thing alone, in addition to gradually ascending without delaying his practice. After chatting with Dong Gu for a few more words, Lu Xianying was finally willing to spit out the licorice root in his mouth. He stood up and asked senior brother Dong and senior sister Su to say hello. After half an hour, they would go to Zushan for a meal together. He, the suzerain, wants to be a corporal and cook himself. As the founding disciple of Longquan sword sect, Dong Gu is in the nascent soul realm, but because Dong Gu was born in a monster and is not a sword cultivator, for Lu Xianying to be the second suzerain, he is a big brother, but deep in his heart. As relieved. Su Xiaoqiao is still a sword cultivator in the Golden Core realm, but is limited by her qualifications for Taoism. If nothing else happens, she will stop at the nascent soul realm in her life. Su Xiaoqiao's evaluation of this similar conclusion has always been convinced, but he can't talk about how disappointed he is. Anyway, in the same class, there are Lu Xianying and Xia Ling, 2 genius brothers and sisters who are sure to achieve high avenues. In addition, Master Wanqiong never demands anything in the realm of disciples. Su Xiaoqiao's cultivation career in Longquan Jianzong actually lived a long time. Ample and leisurely. It's just Lu Xianying, who always thinks that he and Su Xiaoqiao can meet and call the sect master, but Dong Gu and Su Xiaoqiao have a very tacit understanding. Two men and women who were not Taoist companions for the time being, on the way to fight the wind together, the late Siu asked casually, "What is that Xiaoling refining?" Lu Xianying smiled and said, "An exquisite pagoda of the rank of immortal soldiers." He added, "It was given to junior brother Xia by a guy who overturned the stall by me." Xingyue turned her head and glanced at a mountain, nodded and said, "It's quite valuable." Lu Xianying began to speak again, "I'm a sword cultivator, what's such an external thing?" "Damn, of course it's nothing. As long as junior brother Xia is willing to give up his love, I'll kowtow to him a few times." Xingyue wondered, "You just want immortal soldiers so much?" In her opinion, Lu Xianying is the kind of strange sword cultivator who needs the least immortal soldiers. Lu Xianying was stunned. "Why? Do you have one?" Xingyue nodded and said, "You don't understand what the wild world is like. Since you've all gone out, of course you have all your belongings in your pocket, so you have a few pieces in your pocket. Since you want so much, pick 2 pieces. It's pleasing to the eye, take it to refining." Lu Xianying grinned, reached out and patted his cheek. "What are you talking about? I'm not Chen Pingan. I look like the kind of person who eats soft rice." Shinobu rolled his eyes. When they got to Zushan, Lu Xianying really put on his apron and started to cook, and he was there to help. Lu Xianying suddenly turned his head and said, "Qianyue, maybe I didn't explain that sentence before. Chen Pingan just looks like a soft-boiled person. I don't look like that, I am." On the credit month, he slashed the firewood with a knife, and then threw it to the stove. As soon as she heard the name of the young hidden official, she felt depressed and in a bad mood. Lu Xianying smiled and said, "Don't be depressed, I'll put a sack on him and beat him up in front of you." Xingyue twitched the corners of his mouth. "He doesn't dare to do anything to you, so what should I do with revenge?" Lu Xianying felt that he had to find an opportunity to open the skylight to this girl Yu and speak brightly. "But you have to drink to be brave first. Probably so people who really like someone are cowards." Lu Xianying said, "Have you ever visited the city before? Have you seen that boy?" Shinobu shook his head. It turned out that just now Lu Xianying learned about it from senior brother Dong. In the city of Chuzhou, there was a poor boy named Li Xinyuan, who was carrying a snake gallstone of high rank, and went from Chuzhou all the way. He walked through Yu, Hong and other prefectures, and walked to the vicinity of Old Beiyue, which is located in the land of Dalajingji. When the young man reached the gate of Longquan Jianzong, he was almost like a beggar. He wanted to give away the snake gall stone. Use this as a stepping stone to become a disciple of Longquan sword sect. Moreover, he named his surname and wanted to learn from Su Xiaoqiao, whose dojo is located at the Boiled Sea Peak. Even if he could not become the direct disciple of this female sword immortal, he could be an outer disciple temporarily. Boiled Sea Peak is not among the mountains to the west of Lizhu Cave. It is an original mountain peak in the old Beiyue boundary of Dali. I heard that the ancestors of the young man were from the small town for generations, and the ancestral house was on the Erlang Lane. It was only in the hands of the elders in the family that they sold the ancestral house and got a large amount of gold and silver. The government handed over the land deeds in exchange for several new and adjacent large houses. The family had a great foresight earlier, and at the same time purchased a lot of good land outside the city. It is reasonable to say that such a good family is a little more honest and peaceful. After 1 or 2 generations of management, whether it is to become a scholarly family, or to spend money to get rich first and then expensive, in short, it is not difficult. It's just that no matter how big the family business is, it can't be worth the word of gambling, and there are 2 gamblers in the family. If you want to win money at the gambling table, you have not relied on gambling skills since ancient times. In fact, At least 30% of the families who moved from the small town to the state city lost a solid family business at the gambling table. Once a small-town teenager, now he is proficient in eating, drinking, prostituting and gambling, or he is a young man who used to be a drunkard, a gambler and a bachelor, and becomes an old bachelor. This Li Xinyuan didn't break through the mountain gate, let alone talk nonsense. He built a grass hut in the nearby mountains and lived like a savage. Every time the young man appeared, he would squat on the side of the road at the gate of the mountain, waiting for news, hoping that the Longquan sword sect would allow him to go up the mountain. After meeting a few times in the same family, since the blacksmith Wuan was still working on the iron, of course, Lu Xianyang, the new suzerain, was in charge of the house, and he brought a lot of seafood back with him. Dong Gu and Su Shaoqiao stepped on the meal and came to Zushin's side. They saw Lu Xianyang sitting on the master's main table. They didn't say anything. Eating on a bench. Having a home-cooked meal at the same table, this is the tradition of Longquan Jinzong. When discussing the big things, they just chat a few words at the dinner table. True to the old adage, the greatest food in the world is the greatest. Even the matter of Lu Xianyang's succession as the suzerain was discussed on the table. Ruan Qiong said that Lu Xianyang did not refuse, and Dong Gu and Xie Ling all agreed, even if it was settled. Today's dinner table is nothing more than an extra month on credit, and she is not an outsider. Lu Xianyang raised his glass and bumped with senior brother Dong, and asked, if Xie Ling succeeds in refining that treasure, and then leaves the border, will it be the Jade Pure Realm? Dong Gu took a sip of the wine, picked up his chopsticks, and said, I don't know. But Su Shaoqiao nodded. Before the retreat, junior brother Xie told me that. Junior brother Xie always speaks prudently. Since he said so, he is inseparable. Lu Xianyang turned to look at Dong Gu. Senior brother Dong, didn't Xie Ling tell you? Dong Gu shook his head. Lu Xianyang smiled again and turned to look at Su Shaoqiao. Su Shaoqiao guessed what he was going to talk about, and said first, I advise you not to be scolded. Senior sister understands me. Lu Xianyang laughed and said, rubbing his chin, our family's long eyebrows are amazing, amazing. One blacksmith really got lucky and found a treasure, and the long eyebrows are now in the forefront of the 10 young people in Aquarius. Waiting for him to become Yupu, wouldn't he be on an equal footing with my suzerain? When this kid leaves the border, I have to persuade blacksmith Wuan. Since he is no longer the suzerain, then don't put on the air of such a master. Next time before eating together, blacksmith Wuan has to offer Xie Ling a toast before moving his chopsticks. Dong Gu didn't speak at all, and Su Shaoqiao just thought it was Lu Xianyang farting. There are not many people who dare to make fun of Ruan Qiong in such a huge Aquarius island. Maybe Lu Xianyang is the only one. When Ruan Qiong came to Longquan Jianzong's mother's home, Fengshua Temple, he was a calm temperament. He devoted himself to making swords for many years. Jianqiu didn't look down on the Shingao sect, the leader of the mountain in Izhou, but when he talked about the swordsmith Ruan Qiong, it was rare to have a few good words that caught his eye. In addition, Ruan Qiong was the last saint in Lizhu Dongtian, and was invited to be the chief worshipper of Dali. He occasionally participated in the discussions in the imperial study in the capital, not to mention His Majesty the Emperor, together with Wei Bo and Jin Qing, including the Dayue mountain monarchs. Ruan Qiong is extremely respectful. The Taoist heavenly monarch who goes by the alias Chao Rong, as Lu Chen's direct disciple, Beiju Luzhou He Xiaoyang's senior brother, he once appeared in the capital of Dali, and the rumors are just chatting with Ruan Qiong, the boring gourd. A few words. Not to mention Lu Xianyang, his own disciple who is now famous in Izhou, as well as the young hidden official who blossoms inside the walls and smells outside the walls. It seems that when the two parties were young, they were a long-term worker and a day laborer in a blacksmith shop on the Longshu River, respectively. The gossip, Chen Yingguan, who was in the mountains, before he made his fortune, because he was under the fence, as long as he saw the taciturn Wan Qiong, he would be like a mouse seeing a cat. Therefore, in the mountains south of Dadu in Bay of Pingzhou, there are some rumors that only dare to say a few words in private. The reason why Longquan Jianzong moved out of Chuzhou is only because that Chen Yingguan is a character that will be punished. He lost it in the blacksmith shop. His face is now going to be regained, and His Majesty Emperor Dali is so overwhelmed and unable to adjust the contradiction between the two sides, he has to let Longquan Jianzong take a step back, and then let Wan Qiong step down as the suzerain, and Chen Yingguan's young friend Lu Xianyang will take over as the suzerain. With the resentment that Chen Pingan has accumulated for many years, he will not completely tear his face with Wan Qiong, and both will suffer. So someone took his own Fengyuan ferry not long ago, and at the old Longqing side, he disembarked with his predecessor Song Yuyao, and on the way back to the north, he made a special trip to find those who spread this kind of talk, or reported in Shanshuidi the sects of Xianfu who deliberately knocked on the side, went to their ancestral hall, or the cultivating place of the mountain masters and sects, had a cup of tea, had a heart-to-heart talk, and reasoned. The honored guests were happy. And the atmosphere was harmonious. Lu Xianyang was a little strange. How can this stubborn child be far away from the near and far, and come to us to have a meal? Isn't Chen Pingan's Luo Pa mountain closer? Dong Gu said, it is estimated that it is because Luo Pao mountain claimed to be closed to the outside world. Lu Xianyang asked, does that young man have a chance to go up the mountain to practice? The difference between the immortals and the mortals on the mountains and the mountains is as clear as the distinction between people and ghosts. Su Xiaoqiao said, I can barely practice, but my aptitude is just average. Even if I lead up the mountain, whether I can rank in the middle 5 realm depends on my future destiny. The implication is that even if the young man joins the Longquan sword sect, if there is no great opportunity in his future practice, he may not be able to reach the cave realm in this life. Dong Gu hesitated for a while, but didn't say anything more. Su Xiaoqiao said this because she had learned a unique secret technique to identify root bones in her early years, which meant that the young man named Li Xinyuan was not an ordinary, average aptitude. If you go to another immortal mansion, let alone the kind of tasteless rib, I am afraid that in the eyes of those immortal masters who examine the root and bones, they will not even be called tasteless, and they will definitely be rejected. And this secret technique of Su Xiaoqiao is a dream for any sect on the mountain. In the long run, it will not lose any treasure in the mountains. Lu Xianyang asked, what is his temperament? Whether you can enter the Longquan sword sect, there is an unwritten rule in the hands of the blacksmith Wan. First look at the character, and then look at the quality of the aptitude. Dong Gu said, tough, admit the truth, very willing to endure hardships, but the comprehension is a bit poor, really want to go up the mountain to practice, it is really reluctant. Lu Xianyang was instantly amused, isn't it very similar to someone's youth? Su Xiaoqiao was hesitant to speak, but he endured it, thinking about it and forgetting it. That's how you dare to comment on the Lord of Luo Pao Mountain, Qin Shan. Lu Xianyang said, Senior Sister Su, just accept it. Let Li Xinyuan be an anonymous disciple first. Su Xiaoqiao nodded. Dong Gu asked, can we accept that snake gallstone? Lu Xianyang smiled and said, accept, why not accept it? The FA is not passed on lightly. On the mountain, it has never been a light and empty talk. After all, the rules of the world are never set for a handful of exceptions. Children whose family members fasten their belts and send them to school are expected to pay more attention to reading than those children whose families can go to school with a little money from their fingernails. Lu Xianyang smiled, a disciple of the outer sect bought by himself with real money, compared to a disciple of Zhu Haifeng who was given to him by an outsider in vain. Over time, which one do you think will carry more weight in the hearts of young people? Anyway, I think the former. As for the snake gallstone, just keep it in the treasury. If Li Xinyuan can successfully enter the cave in the future, and then give it to him in the name of congratulations, he will go around and return to the original owner. Donggu nodded and said, "It's very old-fashioned to do things like this." Su Xiaoqiao also heartily agreed, finally a bit of a sect master style. Lu Xianying slapped the table, "Remove finally, somewhat and already." Su Xiaoqiao laughed, and the senior sister said the words sect master style in a questioning tone. Lu Xianying reluctantly said, "I'm the suzerain, I'm really bad. I'll see Blacksmith Wan again, wait until Xia Ling is out, I have to step down as the suzerain, and let Chang Meyer be the suzerain for a few more days, and then he will take the top spot. If it is handed over to senior brother Dong or Su Xiaoqiao to sit, it is also a story of the ages, a sect has changed for sect masters in less than 30 years, who can compare this with our Longquan sword sect?" An expressionless man came out of the door. Donggu and Su Xiaoqiao immediately stood up and called out to Master. Lu Xianying smiled brightly, and hurriedly asked Xinyue to add a pair of tableware, while he stood up to move a place for the master and his old man. Feeling that he was still not respecting the teacher, he strode out the door, rubbing his hands and saying, "Master, what's the matter? I don't even say hello to my disciples when I've finished ironing. Look, the taste of these dishes on the table is too spicy. They only take care of senior brother Dong and senior sister Su, and they are all seafood. Is master used to eating it? If you can't eat it, I'm used to it, I'm going to cook 2 good appetizers." Ruan Qiong didn't say a word, he sat on the seat, and Xu Yue brought the bowls and chopsticks and put them gently beside him. Ruan Qiong nodded in greeting, and his face finally improved a little. Su Xiaoqiao also went to get a jar of wine and a few white bowls, and poured a bowl for everyone. Ruan Qiong picked up the wine bowl and took a sip, picked up chopsticks, habitually poked the table lightly, and then began to pick dishes. Only then did Donggu and Su Xiaoqiao dare to take a sip of wine with the bowl, and then went to pick up the chopsticks. On the other hand, Lu Xianying had already started serving master's dishes, and soon Ruan Qiong's bowl of rice was full of dishes. Ruan Qiong said, "The court wants me to go to the capital, and then accompany His Majesty the Emperor, who is a private visit, to Hangzhou Yuzhang County." Lu Xianying said with a smile, "Since His Majesty is visiting privately in a small number of clothes, and it's not the kind of high-profile tour, why do you have to work so hard? If you don't want to go to the capital, you will pull it down. If you want to go out to relax, you can go directly to Yuzhang County. If you do this, it will be a bit of a disgrace to your Majesty and the court, so I will go instead." Ruan Qiong shook his head and said, "The letter is more direct, it must be me." Lu Xianying frowned and said, "In addition to the production of large trees in Yuzhang County, the imperial court has repeatedly banned the private cutting of trees, and this is why a new logging institute has been set up. Besides, the only thing that can be done is the ancestral home of the current Queen Mother. A trip?" Ruan Qiong said, "The first director of the logging institute is Lin Jingqing, who has just been transferred from the Beijing News." Lu Xianying asked, "Is it Lin Shi's father?" Ruan Qiong nodded. Lu Xianying took a sip of wine and said, "Then let's go." Ruan Qiong said, "I just informed you that there is such a thing, and I didn't discuss it with you." Lu Xianying became annoyed and said, "Tai Smith Ruan, ask yourself, I, the suzerain, should not be aggrieved." Ruan Qiong didn't pay any attention to Lu Xianying at all, just turned his head to look at Xu Yue and asked, "Miss Yu, when will you become a Taoist partner with Lu Xianying?" Xinyue has always been someone who doesn't treat herself badly at the dinner table, but now her mouth is full of food, her cheeks are bulging, and she suddenly raised her head with a blank expression on her face. Ruan Qiong finished drinking a bowl of wine, put it down gently, and said, "Lu Xianying usually speaks out of tune, he is honest, and he is a man who knows how to live. He won't mess around in matters of men and women. I didn't say these words when I was his master, miss you. If you think Lu Xianyang is worth entrusting, don't delay your marriage. Shen Yu's face flushed red in an instant. Lu Xianyang was not much better, his ears and neck were blushing. Donggu and Su Xiaoqiao were also full of smiles. Ruan Qiong increased his tone a little, but just repeated the same meaning of the last sentence, don't delay. He, who is Lu Xianyang's master, is very supportive of this marriage, and will definitely not stop him. Afterwards, Ruan Qiong did not continue pouring wine, but just got up and left after eating the bowl of rice. Probably this time, when he left the sword casting house, the man Lu Xianyang called a blacksmith wanted to say such a thing. Su Xiaoqiao accompanied Su Xiaoqiao to clean up the dishes, but Donggu said that he would drink more with Lu Xianyang. Clouds fill the valley, the moon shines in the sky, and the clear water in the mountains flows, but the swimming fish stops as steady. Lu Xianyang was drunk, but senior brother Dong was sturdy. From the beginning, he was still pretending to be a senior brother there, persuading Lu Xianyang, who is a junior brother, to get along with Miss Yu, and don't let her down. Or don't talk about master, he was the first to forgive Lu Xianyang, so what if he became the suzerain? He didn't recognize the big brother. After drinking, Donggu started talking nonsense, saying that he couldn't be sorry for the master. Should not be the master's eldest disciple, causing the master and the sect to be gossiped behind their backs. By the end, Donggu had more tears than he drank, so Lu Xianyang had to sit next to the senior brother. He patiently listened to Donggu saying these over and over again, and then stopped the senior brother who was looking for a drink. Su Xiaoqiao and Xingwei didn't go to the house, they stayed in the yard all the time, listening to the drunken talk of the two at the wine table. They turned a blind eye to each other. In the end, Lu Xianyang carried Donggu back to Henglang Peak, and then swayed Yufeng back to his own Yui Peak. Lu Xianyang squatted by the cliff alone, drinking to hangover. Xingwei came to him and sat beside him. As for the marriage, Xingwei was actually not that embarrassed, she was just a little caught off guard at the beginning, and then twisted. It wasn't that she didn't like Lu Xianyang. Here Yui Peak, although it is the top of the old Beiyue mountain, is next to the ancestral mountain that was moved from Chuzhou, so you can vaguely hear the sound of Ruan Qiong striking the iron and casting the sword from the Shinqiu mountain. The whole room is bright as day, looking at Zushan from the side of Yui Peak, flickering and flickering, like a lantern hanging in the wind on Shinqiu mountain to guide the way for wanderers to return home. On the Henglang Peak, Donggu quickly woke up, rubbed his temples, and noticed the familiar aura outside the house. The nascent soul, who was dressed in black all the year round and looked like a youth, immediately got up, opened the door, and shouted. Sound Bridge. Henglang Peak is the treasure house of the sect and the secret house where treasures are collected. After Donggu entered the nascent soul realm, because he was born in the mountain and wild, his cultivation was more comfortable. In addition, Su Xiaoqiao was not good at and did not like business affairs. Gu reluctantly set up a sect accountant. In fact, Longquan Jianzong spent very little, but received a lot of money. Donggu only needed to record those treasures and immortal money in the book. It was not complicated. Su Xiaoqiao nodded with a smile, shook a bunch of keys in his hand, and explained, if I can't sleep, I'll come to your treasure house to enjoy my eyes. Sitting on the steps, Donggu was still a little dizzy. He was no stranger to the habits of junior sisters, otherwise he would not. The treasure house of Longquan's sword sect has a lot of rare objects, which can be worthy of the saying of, a dazzling array of things. Stepping into it, such as entering Baoshan, Su Xiaoqiao will go there from time to time to tour. Like Lu Xianyang's sword refining, Xia Ling's breakthrough all the way, he didn't use the wealth of the treasury, and because the master was the chief worshipper of the dynasty, the generous salary that the Dali court sent regularly, and the Song family used various the spiritual tools, magic weapons, and Donggu were secretly divided into various names that were kept in the dark. Every year, there were 5 or 6 sums of immortal money. Whenever Donggu asked about the origin, the court and households on the other side of the ministry, they only assumed that they were acting according to the rules, and they refused to say any more. Donggu was unable to find the relevant deeds in black and white in the archives. Donggu had asked the master several times if he wanted to know if it was an oral contract between the master and Li Song, but the master said that he could not remember it, just accept it. That is. Later, Donggu got used to it, and it felt like he was lying down and collecting money. Therefore, their own sects are typical of many people and few people, and there is no place to spend them. Su Xiaoqiao said, "You Perlin over Xingyang Mountain, at the beginning of this year, send a letter to master in private?" Donggu nodded. The main thing is to apologize to the master, saying that he missed an opportunity because he was young and ignorant, and regretted not being able to become master's direct disciple. I hope I can come to the door to make amends in the future. The opportunity to pay New Year's greetings in the first month of the Perlin. At the time, I didn't quite understand why master drove them down the mountain. Now it seems that master is right. Although he has good skills in swordsmanship, he has bad conduct. He likes to take chances and stay in Longquan. Sword sect is not a good thing. Jindan Kaifeng is equivalent to establishing a portal in the mountains. It will only be a bad thing. Su Xiaoqiao sighed. It's a pity, Lu Yu. Donggu rubbed his face. It's the most unreasonable thing to talk about love between men and women. It's just such a reason. Donggu doesn't want to experience it in person, just talk about others. When the bitter wine is still sweet, the bitterness is like a bottomless pit that endless mountains and seas can't fill. On the other side of Xingyang Mountain are Eugene, the master of Yuzhou Peak, Jinshou of Jindanjing, Lu Yu, the direct disciple of Ling Qi, the master of Qiongji Peak, Jinshou of Longmenjing, and the flying sword, Dihua. These 2 genius sword cultivators who are expected to become Taoist companions were both temporarily anonymous disciples who had been practicing in the Longquan sword sect for several years. In those days, Ruanqiong saved a lot of face for Eugene and asked them to go down the mountain by themselves and switch to another door. Yu Perlin ran to Xingyang Mountain, where the sword fairy is like a cloud. Among them, Lu Yu, who could have stayed in Shinshu Mountain, fell in love with Yu Perlin because of her love. Su Xiaoqiao couldn't keep her, so the girls still followed down the mountain. Killing Shintao Yanbo was accepted as the heir, and one of them was attracted by Ling Qi. The last time Lu Xianyang made a big noise at the sect ceremony of Xingyang Mountain, Yu Qin and Lu Yu both appeared to ask about the sword. Lu Xianyang was very polite to Lu Yu, but very rude to Yu Qin, which caused the latter to be a joke on the mountain now. There is a saying that, as soon as you ask about the sword, you will fall to the ground and pretend to be dead, but the joke is a joke, and the 30-year-old Lord of the Peak and the Golden Elixir Sword Immortal are also true. Su Xiaoqiao said without reason, thanks to Lu Xianyang on the mountain. Donggu nodded. If it wasn't for Sect Master Lu, maybe Master wouldn't be able to say a few words to us all year round. In Lu Xianyang's words, there is an old man in the family who has a treasure. Donggu, you guys, don't think that the master is not the suzerain, so you don't respect his old man. Although the master is a white man now, after all, the age is there. If it weren't for the living treasure of Lu Xianyang, Longquan's sword sect would be a very boring mountain. Su Xiaoqiao said, if it were you and me to be the suzerain, junior brother Xia would definitely not argue with us. He was not convinced, but Lu Xianyang was really the only one who could hold Xia Ling down in every way. Previously, the Qin family in Nanpo Suazhou had an old mountain senior who was good at drawing dragons. Ruanqiong, Lu Xianyang and the others who came to the mountain to visit friends for many years, accompanied them. The other party just called Sect Master Lu out of courtesy, and said something young. After all, Lu Xianying belonged to half of his own family. He used to study with the Chuanruchen family for 10 years, but he was only an old man who moved the world with his exquisite dragon painting. He traveled abroad all year round and never saw Lu Xianying. As a result, Lu Xianying immediately followed the bar and said, "How did Uncle Qin know that I was a Jade Pure Realm Sword Immortal?" And all of a sudden, the well-informed old man couldn't fix it. On the cliff of Yui Peak, Lu Xianying asked softly, "Miss Yu, do you know why Qin Pingon didn't go to the wild world?" Xingyu wondered, hasn't he already been to the wild hinterland? He has made such a big contribution, and some people think that his title of hidden official is not worthy of the name. No matter how it was made, he killed a wild monster who was a sword cultivator in the Ascension Realm anyway. If you add the relatively imaginary Ascension Realm in Xianzhou City, there are 2. Lu Xianying smiled and shook his head. At least at the Confucian Temple, no one thinks so for the time being. And what you said is different from what I asked. Then what's the answer? Lu Xianying smiled and said, "I also want to know the answer, so we'll go back and ask." Shenjia's eyes lit up immediately. Is this going back to the sword shop on the Longshu River? Lu Xianying stood up and said excitedly on credit, "Is this back?" Lu Xianying smiled and said, "Don't worry, you'll go see that young man who is determined to learn from senior sister Su, and see if it is suitable for him to go up the mountain to practice. If I meet her, I will grab an apprentice with Miss Su." Xingyu waved his hand, "Then I won't go." Lu Xianying took a few steps back, waved his arms, and jumped a few times. He rushed forward with a vigorous step, jumped off the cliff, and his figure drew an arc. Lu Xianying shouted and fell to the ground with a curling echo. When Lu Xianying was about to fall to the ground, it was only a few feet away from the valley, and suddenly a dazzling sword light appeared. The wind was galloping, the sword light was like a dragon and snake winding across the earth, and a series of laughter from Lu Xianying's servant could be heard, because according to Lu Xianying, the villain in the book the characters are all smiling, and according to Lu Xianying's wild ideas, the Longquan Jianzong family will have a big business in the future. When recruiting disciples, you must be careful about those second princes, illegitimate children of wealthy families, and inconspicuous people who carry deep blood feuds. It seems that the aptitude for cultivating the Tao is mediocre, and the humiliation in the teacher's door is unbearable. It is too exhausting for the teacher's door and the elders. Even if it is a spread of 1 or 2, it will be too much to eat. It is easy to be sacrificed to the sky. With tears in my eyes, the disciple finally got his revenge, and the master knows it under Chuanxia. Credit you sighed, childish is really childish. In the deserted countryside, Lu Xianying knocked on the shack as the moonlight gradually filled the shabby doors and windows. The teenager in the room had a very light sleep, and immediately said vigilantly, "Who?" Lu Xianying said with a stern look, "The world's masters have wandered here, and seeing that the boy's roots are very strange, he is suitable for going up the mountain to cultivate Taoism. I plan to give you a gift." The yellow-faced and skinny youth opened the door, turned around with one hand, and with the moonlight, saw a young man with thick eyebrows and big eyes standing outside the door, and said, "No need, I'm already the anonymous disciple of Su Xianzi of Cook Haifeng." Lu Xianying smiled. He really opened his mouth to come. This is a bit of a hit. Lu Xianying traveled far to study for many years, and later Longquan Jianzong was established. When he returned from Nanpo Suzhou, he only stayed in the shop on the banks of the Longshu River, which was abandoned. He rarely went to Huaihuang County, let alone talk about it. The prefecture is now, and this young man was born and raised in the prefecture according to his age. Therefore, it is normal for the young man not to recognize the suzerain of the Longquan sword sect in front of him. As for why the teenager recognized Su Xiaoqiao, maybe it was because she opened a fairy inn in partnership with Dong Banqing in the state city. Senior sister Sue herself is not good at managing business, but she is good at dealing with people who are good at making money. There is a lot of private money, and the dowry is not thin. Lu Xianyang strode into the house, took out an oil lamp from his sleeve, twisted his fingers, and the light was yellowish, illuminating the thatched cottage. The young man always faces this uninvited guest. Lu Xianyang looked around and saw that he was really a family, with air leaking from all sides. He looked familiar, turned his head and smiled and introduced himself. My name is Lu Xianyang. I have never seen it before. I must have heard of the name. It is from the Longquan sword sect. The current suzerain, Soju Haifeng Su Xiaoqiao, is my senior sister. PP pretending to be an umbrella. The tense young man finally let go of his guard and looked embarrassed, because the hand around him was holding a hatchet. This trip, the people who depended on each other for life were a package with some heavy clothes, and then there was this hatchet, which was used for self-defense and road opening, had already been used up on the road. As for the first scraps of silver and copper coins that were exchanged from selling antiques at home. In fact, before going out this time, the young man had already left home secretly twice, but both of them came back without success. There was no table or stool in the house, so Lu Xianyang sat beside the bed and asked with a smile, "Since there is a snake gallstone, why don't you sell it for money? No matter how much gambling debts your family owes, you should be able to repay it all at once. It is estimated that there is still a lot of surplus. You don't have to worry about finding a seller, not to mention Dong Shuijing's. The inn, even if you go directly to the state and county government office to ask for the price, will also accept it, guaranteeing you a fair price." Li Xinyuan looked sad. The skinny boy looked down at the pair of dilapidated straw sandals on his feet. "I'm too young to keep my money, so the snake gallstone that my grandfather secretly left to me, no matter who I exchange it with. Too much money can't be kept, and it will only be used by the elders in the family to be abused by gambling houses." Lu Xianyang asked, "Have you ever attended a school or read a book?" Reporting to Sect Master Lu, "I passed the 2 examinations at the county government very early, and it is Tongxing." The young man raised his head, his yellow and thin face, and a bit of a smile appeared. "Last year, I should have participated in the Abbot Zuzhang's abbot's examination, but there was no concubine who was willing to bail me out, and I failed to become a scholar." Lu Xianyang nodded. Speaking of which, neither he or Chen Pingon had a reputation, let alone a scholar. Now they are not even Tongxing. In the Confucian Academy, the 2 of them couldn't even get a wise man. In fact, Li Xinyuan did not tell the whole truth. In fact, the teenager just failed to participate in the second re-examination. Moreover, in the previous 2 county tests, the teenager was the case leader. As long as he continues to participate in the hospital examination, it is very likely that he will be able to take the top spot again. This is in the field of science, that is, a scholar can boast of a lifetime of 3 yuan. As for why the young man concealed the facts, it was for His Holiness Tabu's sake. The relatives in a family are often good or average, but when people's hearts are slack, there are 1,000 kinds of bad. There are unbelievable pickle thoughts and endless filthy methods. Li Xinyuan is only 14 years old now, and his family was still wealthy when he was born. Although it is a shell that is about to be hollowed out, the thin dead camel is bigger than a horse, and it is still much better than the average wealthy family. From frugality to extravagance is easy. Just take a few glances at how the rich people around you live a rich life. You can learn it, and from extravagance to frugality is difficult. That is the case in Li Shenyuan's family. Almost all elders who are used to big money. I have been complaining every day for these years, or I just want to make a fortune, but where is it so easy to earn? I have been deceived many times by those connoisseurs in the prefecture city, and even cheated marriages. Li Xinyuan, one of his uncles, ended up with no personal wealth. Lu Xianyang smiled and said, "You are right to choose to go out of the house. If you don't save yourself, if you don't cut yourself off with the family, this life will be over." The desperate young man smiled bitterly. His idea was very simple. He only hoped to become the registered disciple of Longquan's sword sect and then go back to clean up the mess. Otherwise, in the family, he is a humble person, and he is a junior, and all the reasons make no sense. Lu Xianyang stood up. It's all right, don't make a bitter face, just follow me up the mountain. Li Xinyuan said in surprise, Su Xianzi is willing to accept me as a disciple. Now that he had the intention of robbing the apprentice, Lu Xianyang began to play tricks and put eye drops on senior sister Su. She thinks that your kid's qualifications are too poor. The key is not to be a sword cultivator, but she is a sword immortal of Yifeng. Jinsho, I talked badly on the mountain, and then I persuaded her, the head of the sect, to allow you to go up the mountain to practice, so instead of cooking Haifeng, it was Yui Peak. First, I gave a high-ranking, handsome and unparalleled talent to be a big man. Whether an anonymous disciple can enter the hall and become a personal heir of this person depends on your future destiny. Li Xinyuan was a little disappointed, but after all, it wasn't the worst outcome, so there was no need to make a vain trip and go home. The young man followed Lu Xianyang out of the house, and asked curiously, Sect Master Lu, can you take the liberty to ask, where is Yui Peak? The dojo of a sword immortal. The reason why Li Xinyuan insisted on apprenticing with Su Xiaoqiao to learn art is because the young man once met this kind-looking immortal teacher on the streets of Zhouqing and thought she was a good person. Lu Xianyang handed the oil lamp in his hand to the young man beside him, smiled and said, It's far in the sky, and it's right in front of you. Holding the oil lamp, Li Xinyuan stopped, stunned and speechless, but did not forget to stretch his arms to protect the lamp. Lu Xianyang said sternly, I will take you on foot all the way to Yui Peak. There is a strong wind in the mountain. If the lights go out, it means that you and I do not have the fate of master and apprentice. The boy's face tightened in an instant, sweat oozing from his forehead. He immediately unbuttoned his shirt, and protected the lamp in his shirt to avoid the mountain wind. Afterwards, Li Xinyuan cautiously followed the sect master Lu to the Yui Peak along the mountain road. If there was a headwind, the boy would back off on the mountain road. It is indeed windy in the mountains. You can often see withered pines lying in the ravines. The wind and waves are like pounding. In addition, Yui Peak is not as smooth as Zushan Mountain. The path is particularly winding and rugged. Lu Xianyang should walk leisurely, pitiful a young man can walk, plus some water-crossing roads, or narrow stone beams covered with moss, or a dead pine as a single-plank bridge. Li Xinyuan walks on it like walking on thin ice. Seeking the way, I came to Longquan Jianzong on foot all the way. I am used to trekking mountains and waters. Otherwise, let alone protect the lights from being blown out by the mountain wind while walking, I am afraid that just climbing alone will be exhausted. Lu Xianyang stopped halfway up the mountain, letting the already dizzy young man rest for a while, so that he could recuperate and continue climbing. Before that, Lu Xianyang's footsteps were fast and slow, occasionally reminding the young man behind him to pay attention to the rhythm of his breathing. At this moment Lu Xianyang smiled and said, Don't be so nervous, you have already walked most of the way. Li Xinyuan's lips were chapped, and he was not in a relaxed mood. After Lu Xianyang put his hands together, he smiled and said, There are endless things in the world, but there are limited cups on the table. There is a new year every year, and the flowers will be better next year. Seeing that the boy did not support him, Lu Xianyang had to ask, What do you think? Sect Master Liu's impromptu recitation of this poem has a very good meaning. It has the taste of the master's own way, that is, it doesn't rhyme, it does not conform to the rhythm of poetry, and it is suspected of being inclusive. The evaluation is so good, don't evaluate it in the future. After that, the two continued to climb the mountain. When they approached the top of the mountain, Li Xinyuan suddenly slipped and fell to the ground. The oil lamp rolled to the ground and the light went out. The young man sat blankly on the ground, not knowing whether it was because he was extremely tired, or because he was caught off guard. He couldn't care about being sad for a while. Lu Xianying squatted aside and said with a smile, "It turns out that you really have no fate with this peak." Li Shenyuan's fall and miss, of course, was deliberately done by Lu Xianying. Well, this peak is called Boiled Haifeng. Yui Peak is in another place. Li Shenyuan picked up the oil lamp silently, wiped it carefully with his sleeve, and handed it back to Sect Master Lu. As soon as he handed over the oil lamp, the boy burst into tears in an instant. This journey has been hard climbing, and the young man guarded the light, as if he was carrying a wisp of hope. Once the light went out, the hope of the young man was completely gone, but it was different from the previous visit to Longquan Jianzong, who was rejected. The young man still refused to accept his fate. He was unwilling, and he was always unwilling to leave here. When he climbed the mountain tonight, he fell the oil lamp, and the young man seemed to finally accept his fate, and there was no more unwillingness. At the top of the mountain, Su Xiaoqiao, who had been silently observing the young man, couldn't help but said to Lu Xianying in his heart, "Sect Master Lu, this direct disciple, I accept it." It is rare to call Lu Xianying Sect Master Lu. She must be very serious. Lu Xianying turned a deaf ear, exchanged the lamp to Li Shenyuan again, patted the young man on the shoulder, and said with a smile, "Li Shenyuan, before you formally seek the Tao, you must first understand a principle. When all the celestial beings in the world run out of oil, only the lamp will die. A lamp with a heart is always bright, and it is the most immortal. Just a single lamp can illuminate the ages. What is cultivation of the Tao? This is cultivation. If you don't believe in this principle, then look back at the road." Li Shenyuan pointed along Lu Xianying's finger, and saw a ray of light between the mountain roads, either straight or round, gradually rising to his side. At the same time, the oil lamp in the boy's hand suddenly lit up again. Lu Xianying smiled and said, "Now I'll give you a choice. Should I worship Su Xiaoqiao as a teacher, or go to Yui Peak with me to learn Taoism?" The boy's answer made Lu Xianying smile knowingly, but it surprised Su Xiaoqiao. Li Shenyuan still decided to practice at Boil Haifeng. Lu Xianying smiled and said, "It's only a few steps away from the top of the mountain. Go by yourself. Senior Sister Su is waiting for you. When you see me later, you have to call Master, not the Sect Master, but don't regret it. By the way, this lamp, the oil lamp, is an antiquity, and its rank is not low, so it should be regarded as a gift for my suzerain." Turning into a sword light, Lu Xianying returned to Yui Peak, and Su Xiaoqiao asked on credit, "Why did you give up your disciple to Su Xiaoqiao?" Lu Xianying laughed and said, "Actually, I regretted it halfway through. Accepting an apprentice is like having multiple oil bottles on the back of the buttocks, hard work and hard work. Besides, instead of being called master, it is better to be a suzerain and uncle. Relaxed and comfortable." Seeing that he didn't want to tell the truth, she didn't care what the truth was. Lu Xianying said sternly, "I'm going to retreat." Xingyu said, "Can we have dinner together tomorrow morning?" Lu Xianying smiled and said, "I will try my best to have breakfast together tomorrow next year." Xingyu said strangely, "It's just dozing off. How long does it take?" Lu Xianying nodded and said, "This time is really different. I met a strange person in a dream before, and I couldn't see the face of the other person. If I guessed correctly, he is very likely to be one of the 10 heroes in the ancient world. An unknown sword repairer, I met at an ancient battlefield site before, and he actually noticed my trace, but we didn't chat. The other party was probably shocked by my sword training aptitude. When he was cleaning up the battlefield, he lost a look at me, what kind of brain am I, and I understood it at the time." To put it lightly, in fact, Lu Xianying's hair was standing on end at that time, and the other party just gave him a sharp look, and Lu Xianying was about to be directly beaten out of his dream. She asked, "What do you understand?" Lu Xianying said, "This senior begged me to learn swords from him." Xingyue hesitated for a moment and reminded, "That guy seems to have been famous in the ancient times with a high personality, a bad temper, and not close to anyone. You take it easy." Lu Xianying smiled and said, "When I was in Lizhu Cave, I was the only one in terms of the relationship between elders. Credit you was suspicious. Can you be better than Chen Yingguan?" Lu Xianying became unhappy when he heard it, raised his feet, took a golden rooster independent posture, reached out and patted his knees. "If it compares to this, Chen Ping's ability will only come to me." Xingyue liked to listen to these, smiled and nodded. Lu Xianying squatted down and planned to chat with Miss Yu a few more leisurely days before retreating. When he entered the fairyland, he and Miss Yu were a veritable pair of gods. In fact, when Xiaoling retreated, he became a jade pure realm. Longquan Jianzong has 3 sword immortals at the same time. Besides, isn't there still Miss Yu, one of the 10 young people in the world? In the past, Chen Pingan was on the top of this list, and the 11th was the bottom one. Seeing that he was not in a hurry to retreat, Xingyue continued to sit aside and asked, "Master Wan doesn't seem to have any idea about his own breakthrough." Especially after Lu Xianying entered the 5 realms and took over as the suzerain, Wan Qiong was even less concerned. Lu Xianying laughed hard. "Blacksmith Wan's qualifications are not as good as mine, and the Jade Pure realm has reached its peak. Besides, Blacksmith Wan prefers to cast swords, and is not very interested in the practice itself." Su Xiaoqiao said in a low voice, "I heard from Su Xiaoqiao that Master Wan resigned as the chief worshipper twice, but the emperor did not agree." Chao Rong, a Taoist angel from the old Dasuang dynasty. Pu Ji, a white-boned swordsman from Beiju Luzhou Bone Beach. In addition, Lu Boqi, who claimed to be the female crown of the inverted mountain master's knife room. These are all candidates for worship that Dali Song clan tried to win over but could not get it. When the war ended, they all left gracefully and traveled to other continents. Thinking of this, Lu Xianying pouted, and the Dali court did not have plans to enrich the power of worship and deepen the heritage of the mountain. If it weren't for these strange people, who had a closer relationship with Song Jisun, the little slut, the Emperor Song, he would definitely spend more money. A lot of thought to keep. In fact, Lu Xianying and Song Jisun have been at odds with each other for a long time. One dislikes the other's lack of strength, and the other dislikes the other's poverty and vulgarity. Lu Xianying said, "Don't worry, Song, he is very good at life, at least when he is the emperor. He will never agree to the resignation of Blacksmith Wan as the chief worshipper." Xingyue sighed, "There is no such twists and turns in the wilderness." Lu Xianying said, "When I get out of the customs, I plan to go to Hangzhou, but I always feel weird there." Xingyue nodded and said, "Don't you all say that there is the place where the 12 sword immortals of the ancient times emerged? You are a sword cultivator. If you have a feeling, you are on the right track. And I heard that there are indeed some legends that have been passed down from generation to generation. The ancient custom has the meaning of entertaining the gods and leaving the old, the art of eternal life. According to what you have said in the world, the earliest method of sacrificing was in the shaman, then in the historian, and then in the scholar officer. Besides, since ancient times, there have been mountains and giant trees. The place is often the place of worship." After hesitating for a while, the credit month still didn't bring someone in, otherwise Lu Xianying would bring the other party with him. If he really went to visit the secluded, explore the victor, and seek treasure, he would definitely have a better grasp. With someone's behavior, he would accept it as soon as he saw it. It can make the sky 3 feet tall. Lu Xianying has a bright smile. As the old saying goes, marry a wife and marry a virtuous woman. Besides, Miss Yu is more than virtuous. Xingyue suddenly said, "Lu Xianying, have you really thought about it?" Lu Xianying was at a loss. "What are you thinking about?" Xingyu stared. Are you pretending to be stupid? After all, I can't hide my identity. It doesn't matter to her, but Lu Xianying is the head of the sect after all, just like Dong Gus eyes dizzy at the wine table because of that knot in his heart. Lu Xianying smiled. Is Miss Yu afraid that outsiders will gossip? What is there to worry about? Whoever makes me unhappy, I will make him unhappy. Who likes to gossip? I happen to be more idle, one counts as one and the other don't let it go. So you're just worried about me, it's even more unnecessary. Neither of us are worried about this. She said in a low voice, do you not care at all? Lu Xianying grinned and said, I must have dealt with them one by one, so I don't care anymore. Credit Ute seems to be satisfied with this, and small dimples appear on Yuan's face. Lu Xianying, who was holding the back of his head with both hands, remembered something, took out a seal from his sleeve, held it in the palm of his hand, and rubbed it lightly. On credit, she knew who gave the seal to Lu Xianying. Although Lu Xianying often talks about youth, she still doesn't quite understand how Lu Xianying and Chen Pingan have such a good relationship, and the latter is even willing to regard the former as her brother. Xingyue has always felt that a person as smart as a young hidden officer would not be willing to rely on others, especially when he identified something. He would be extraordinarily resolute, and his mind could not be moved in the slightest. But on Lu Xianying's side, Chen Pingan seemed to be very persuasive. The thing that made her feel the most unreasonable was that Lu Xianying's heart was wider than the sky, but Chen Pingan had a deep mind. One was too lazy to think about anything. Even if the sky fell, he would not delay the matter at hand. One seemed to have a sesame on the side of the road. If you want to pick it up and figure out the origin, it is said that the friendship between friends can only last for a long time, but Lu and Chen have completely opposite personalities. Lu Xianying smiled and said, do you think it's strange? However, Xingyue knew that Lu Xianying knew what she was thinking, and nodded. Isn't it strange? Lu Xianying shook his head. It's not surprising, because he's always been the least timid and doesn't grow up. Young Anning grows young. Chen Pingan can grow up young. Sword of Coming Chapter 996. Not far from the east gate of the town, there is a post station, which was established around the same time as Huaihuang County. Things are nicknamed, and the people of the small town not only like it but are good at it. Jing Dafeng wandered all the way to Jiming Post today. The postman was born in the small town. In his early years, he was a subordinate of the Longyao Supervision and Construction Office. He just moved a nest. When they were young, Jing Dafeng and Jing Dafeng were good brothers at the wine table and gambling table. Often Jing Dafeng bet big and he bet small, and they always won money. The two would go to Huang Erniang's shop to drink anyway. It's Jing Dafeng's credit. This guy has saved a lot of daughter-in-law's books. It is said that he has recently started to work for his unqualified grandson in an emergency shop. Today, seeing Jing Dafeng, who has disappeared for many years, is very warm. One pass is just a lot of small things for the postmaster. When the two reminisced about the old days, there were often postmen with briefcases who came here to spend money and survey together. Jing Dafeng didn't want to disturb this old brother who was busy with official business. After drinking, before leaving, Jing Dafeng asked abruptly, "Are you not a senior brother?" The postmaster was stunned for a long time, and asked him what he said. Jing Dafeng quickly said that it was all right, and pacing out of the inn, he blamed Chen Pingan, and even he liked to be suspicious. Jing Dafeng went down the mountain this time. In addition to the post station, he went to the former tomb of the gods. Because today is the third day of the second lunar month, Jing Dafeng went to the Confucian temple, but did not go to the main hall to worship those sages who ate cold pork heads. He chose a side hall, facing one of the statues, clasped his palms together, and recited a few words. It is rare for a man to look so solemn. Jing Dafeng was too lazy to go back to his yellow mud house near the east gate of the town. He didn't even have a single female mosquito. He felt sad when he thought about it. The talisman that covered his figure, Yufeng went to Nujiadu, and the talisman that shook his fingertips was named by Jing Dafeng as Wangzhen Persuasion Talisman, also known as Liangshang Gentleman Talisman. The man sighed sadly again, only to feel this. This kind of precious talisman fell into his own hands. It is really overkill, not doing the right job, and the talent is inferior. Nujiada's baggage restaurant, business is average. Jing Dafeng walked into a deserted shop after carrying both hands. The female cultivator of Zhuchai Island behind the counter heard footsteps, and when she looked up and saw the other party, she rolled her eyes and said, immediately bowed his head and read the book on his own. Jing Dafeng leaned against the counter and said with a smile, Sister Guanqing, I haven't seen you for a few years, you've grown up. In the last few words, the man was particularly careful with words. The woman named Guanqing raised her head and saw the guy quickly shifted her gaze. She said angrily, a dog can't spit out something like ivory. Jing Dafeng sighed and said with a hilarious smile, why don't you say that dogs can't change their way of eating shit? Sure enough, it doesn't matter whether a girl is a lady or a lady, she doesn't know how to scold people. It's light and ticklish. Guanqing stared, Sheng, I warn you, if you have something to say, get out of here. When she was looking at the shop here, she was really fed up with the so-called love words of this self-proclaimed romantic guy, whose mouth was full of scum and crooked. Even if she just thought about it, she would get goosebumps. Mr. Chen is such a serious person, how could he find such an unreliable guy to be the gatekeeper of Luopao Mountain? Jing Dafeng lightly beat his heart, coughed a few times, and asked, Sister Liuxia and Sister Bai Kei, aren't they with you? As soon as I returned to my hometown, I immediately asked the mountain master whether you were thin or fat. The practice is not going well, and the mountain master said that you are all idle on the back of the clawfish. Guanqing picked up an abacus and smashed it. Jing Dafeng lowered his head and turned around, then stretched his legs, gently picked the abacus with his toes, grabbed it with his hand, put it on the table, spread out his palm, and rolled the abacus beads. He smiled and said, Brother Dafeng's hand is so beautiful that it is not beautiful. Is it the same style, or is it still better than the past? Guanqian took a deep breath and said, Jing Dafeng, if you are so rascal again, I will go to Luopao Mountain to sue Qin Shanju. If Qin Shanju makes a mess, he will be a peacemaker. Anyway, the business of the shop here, I will leave it alone. If you think about being disgusting, you have to go to the back of the clawfish and break through the mountain gate. Jing Dafeng wiped his face, but he didn't say any nonsense. He limped and left silently. Just when Guanqing felt a little guilty and felt that he was talking too much, the man suddenly leaned back and probed his brain. Sister Guanqing, are you really so heartless? Brother Dafeng shaved your beard for you today, so I changed it. When you have clean clothes, don't ask Brother Dafeng, where have you gone for so many years, whether you have married a wife and have children outside. Guanqing remembered a unique trick that didn't go well after 100 trials. He learned from his junior sister Bai Kei, put his fingers together, waved vigorously, and said solemnly, disappear. Jing Dafeng immediately stretched out his hand and grabbed it, as if he had put something in his arms, and then he left with satisfaction. Jing Dafeng had visited all the shops where the female cultivator of Zhuchai Island was the temporary shopkeeper, and, like the girl Guanqing, had flirted with him. The refreshed man came to a shop with a plaque of Yang Nianzhai and straightened his clothes. When he came to the door today, he must not retreat again. Nujiashan Ferry only rented a few bungalows to outsiders. Among them, Changchun Palace needed 2 shops, and the rent was negligible. The shopkeeper is a female cultivator with the appearance of a middle-aged woman. She is neither ugly nor good-looking. She was just looking through a never-tired Lan Pu. She is no stranger to Jing Dafeng. When she saw a man who hadn't shown up for many years, she immediately deliberately lay on the counter and smiled sweetly. Yo, isn't this brother Dafeng, and he's walking the bird again. Come on, hurry up and take that one. The little sparrow is out of the cage, playing tricks on my sister. What are you doing, taking advantage of no outsiders in the shop? What is there to be embarrassed about, wandering outside for so many years, still so thin-skinned? Look at your prosperous. Jing Dafeng snorted, really couldn't stand it, so he had to look shyly. Daoist Lian Ji, how can you treat guests like this? It's easy to scare away guests. The woman with the name of the curtain wall picked up a citrus from a fruit bowl at the counter, smashed it towards the man's crotch, and sneered, what about the prestige of the shop nearby? Jing Dafeng hurriedly bent over to catch the hidden weapon, and said angrily, I'm not so handsome, and I don't take advantage of my appearance, so I have to work love words. Lian Ji is here to take care of the business, which is purely a kind of distraction. She and the current palace master of Changchun Palace are of the same generation and in the same vein, but they are high in seniority and young, but they are the kind of younger may not be better when you are young. The closed disciple, because she couldn't break the bottleneck of the Longmen realm, she was disheartened, so she took the initiative to come here to see the shop. Jing Dafeng used to come to the shop to chat, and it happened that both of them could chat, and they were meat and vegetarian. No, so I haven't seen Jing Dafeng for so many years, and Lian Ji really misses it a little bit. Of course, it has absolutely nothing to do with that kind of love between men and women. Jing Dafeng put his elbows on the counter, leaned over, stretched out his hands and stroked his hair, and boasted about how familiar he was with Zhu O, who wrote Lan Pu. With a few words, he lives quietly in the mountains, and he is the master of Lincoln's Haze. 1 day is like 2 days. If he lives for 90 years, it is 180, and his income is endless. There are 3 joys in living alone. You can live your life, eat spring bamboo shoots, summer clothes, and read banned books on snowy nights. Lian Ji likes the gentleness of this ugly man, and to be honest, if it wasn't for Jing Dafeng's shabby appearance, he really wouldn't have been a bachelor until today. Changchun Palace and Luopao Mountain had a good relationship, thanks to the Yumi, who pretended to be a guest of Piyun Mountain and a monk of Guanhejing. In the name of helping to protect the Dao, Yumi traveled to the south together with several female cultivators from Song Yulan's lineage. Because there was a Dali patrolling envoy, who urgently needed the branches and trees of Wanyan pine to be used as medicine, he asked the cultivator of Changchun Palace help to ask for something from Fengshua Temple, but the ancient pine tree named Changqing grew up on Xingxiantai of Fengshua Temple. As the only seedling of Xingxiantai, the great sword immortal Wei Jin became the only one with power. The owner of broken branches. Therefore, even if they knew that Changchun Palace had a special position on the mountain of Dali, and that the ancestor of the Qin clan in Dazagu had a close relationship with Songyu, the grand elder of Changchun Palace, the group of female cultivators still hit a wall unexpectedly and returned without success. When returning to New Jiadu, Yumi secretly gave Han Bia a piece of Wanyan pine. After the Changchun Palace inspection, it turned out that it was really from Gusong's long love. No doubt, the uneasy old woman in Longmenjing, she was in the teacher's door. There was an explanation from the Zhu Shirtang, and the Changchun Palace also gave a satisfactory explanation from the patrolling envoy. In addition, on the Lichuan ferry in Changchun Palace, because Zhu Fengxian, who left Beijing with the master Yu Hong, was also on the boat at the time, Chen Pingan once took Xiao Mo to the ferry, and during that time he saw the Taoist named Wu Song. The ferry steward named Gan Yi. In Aquarius Island, only this Lichuan ferry, no matter where it is docked at any ferry, does not need to pay $50, and at that time, only Lichuan ferry was the only ferry that could be taken over by the Dali military during the war. Come and go freely. A female cultivator from a foreign country that Jing Dafeng had never met came to the shop. She saw the man with spittle inside, and she might have heard the introduction from Lian Ji, so she took the initiative to say, "I have seen Mr. Jing, my name is Gan Yi, I come from Changchun Palace." Jing Dafeng immediately nodded and said, "Aunt Gan, very good, you can call me Dafeng, or Xiao Jing." Gan Yi heard the man's misunderstanding and could only explain with a smile, "Sweet Gan, relaxed and happy Yi." Jing Dafeng said aggrievedly, "Otherwise, how could I not recognize the famous Lichuan ferry boat manager Gan? The aura of a person is one spirit, with two eyes. This Jindan female cultivator deserves the praise of bright eyes and kindness, especially when Sister Gan Yi is smiling. She has 2 wine glasses. Beautiful." Gan Yi smiled and dismissed it. There were a lot of rogues up and down the mountain, and there was no shortage of such a number one person in front of him. Jing Dafeng was about to say goodbye and leave. After chatting with Sister Lian Ji for a long time, he was thirsty and planned to go to his brother's Beiyue mountain mansion for a drink. People who are not familiar with historical allusions, even today's court historians, may not know what that Lichuan ferry means to the Dali Song family. When the Dali Song clan was still a vassal state of the Lu clan, whenever there was a drought, it was necessary to borrow this magic ferry from Changchun Palace, and then invite the ferry master of Changchun Palace to cast spells to invite rain. It can be said that in the most difficult years of the Dali Song clan, every time this ferry appeared over the cracked earth, it was a kind of hope. Therefore, the chronology of Changchun Palace in the last 100 years can be said to be full of smoke and clouds, yellow and purple. Because in addition to the 3 generations of emperors of the Song dynasty, Dali often visited Changchun Palace. Today, the Queen Mother Nanpin of Dali lived in seclusion and cultivated here. The key is that the national teacher, Cui Yu, has personally participated in the 2 Changchun Palace maids. Cultivating the inaugural ceremony of becoming a Jindan Earth Immortal is something that is simply unimaginable today. Let that embroidered tiger participate in a certain sect celebration. Don't say it's a new sect, even if it's Shingao's sect. Can Yunlin Jiangs please move? At the Xingyang Mountain viewing ceremony, the imperial court only dispatched Chao Ping, a hunting envoy. The earlier Longquan Jianzong was established, and Lu Xianyang took over as the suzerain, all of which were the ministers of the ritual department. Gan Yi heard the voice of the shopkeeper Lian Ji again, hesitated for a while, and said to Jing Dafeng with her heart, "Mr. Jing, there is something to discuss." Jing Dafeng immediately stopped and turned around, rubbing his hands and smiling, "I haven't married yet." Gan Yi pretended not to hear it, and said to herself, "I am willing to resell Tiaoyu Mountain to Luopa Mountain. I wonder if Mr. Jing can pass the word on his behalf and help me and Qin Shanju know." Jing Dafeng smiled and nodded and said, "It's easy to say, I'll bring it with you." The neighbors of Luopao Mountain, in addition to the Huimeng Mountain in the north, which is the top of their own vassal, there are 3 more, Tianda Peak, Tiaoyu Mountain, and Fiolu, each of which has its own affiliation. It's just that it is different from Yidai Peak, which is relatively inconspicuous. The monks living in the mountain are all secluded and rarely show up. Especially in Tiandu Peak, the monks seem to be grounded and closed, and almost no one goes down the mountain. Moreover, regarding the identities of the 3 mountain masters, although there are secret records on the Dali dynasty, they have never leaked it to the outside world, and Luopa Mountain has no intention to explore the matter. Every time Yufeng travels to and from Luopao Mountain and the town, he will take the initiative to open a distance and walk around the mountain. I never thought that the Jumping Fish Mountain was actually the private property of Gan Yi. Lian Ji was greatly surprised that Jing Dafeng left the shop just like that. Walking on the street, Jing Dafeng frowned slightly, because Gan Yi carried a familiar ancient atmosphere. Jing Dafeng, who has filled up his soul, although he has not recovered some memories, but he seems to have added several magical powers out of thin air, and every time he sees, whether it is a person, an object, or a scene, it is like a door suddenly opened in his hand. Key. The appearance of Gan Yi made Jing Dafeng remember a blessed land with a long history for no reason, and it has disappeared in the Haoran world for a long time. That's right. At the beginning, Mi Yu was entrusted by Wei Bo to secretly protect a group of people who went out for the Changchun Palace. There was a little girl named Zhongnan in the team. She was very young and of high seniority. The other 3 girls in the Dragon Gate realm are also first-class cultivators from Changchun Palace, and they are all going down the mountain for the first time to experience. Not necessarily enough, how could it be just a Dragon Gate realm as the backbone? At the same time, the most important thing about the experience of the Changchun Palace nuns is to negotiate with Fengshua Temple for a piece of 10,000-year pine, so as to give a satisfactory answer to a Dali patrol envoy. Not to mention the Supreme Elder Song. If you went out in person, he should also send the palace master to show his face, which is in line with the etiquette on the mountain. So Jing Dafeng immediately went to the library department of the Beiyue Mountain Monarch's mansion to consult the archives. Sure enough, he found a clue for Jing Dafeng. For a period of time, all the Earth Immortal monks in Changchun Palace disappeared, or they used the reason for the retreat, or to declare to the outside world that he has gone out for a long trip. As for why Jing Dafeng is so concerned, of course, because the other party is the Changchun Palace of female cultivators like clouds. After the 2 worlds, Haoran and Wilderness, bordered on each other, visions abounded. In addition to the night ship at sea, there were also many broken and secret realms of ancient caves and blessings on the Aquarius Island. The Qiufeng Temple in Pingzhou cannot be obtained by the cultivator's realm alone. It can only rely on the lower 5 realms of Qi practitioners to enter it, and each obtains various treasures by virtue of their blessings. Although there are already some lucky ones, they have obtained some Xianjia opportunities. According to the definition on the mountain, this treasure land of unknown origin is still in a state of no owner waiting for it. The 3 sect places that had been reserved by the Dali dynasty for a long time, after Luopa Mountain and Jingyang Mountain, Beipingzu added 2 new sect-headed immortal mansions, a large temple on the bank of Longqiu in Yendang Mountain, and then another, the Taoist temple of Xianjun Chao Rong. Next, it is estimated that it is the Huangshan Sword sect who temporarily descended the mountain as Xingyang Mountain instead of the next sect. Of course, it wasn't that the Dali court favored Xingyang Mountain, but Aquarius needed a new Kendo sect, and this new sect had to be located in the old Zhuiying dynasty. In fact, Xingyang Mountain himself has already died of this heart, but he does not know about the next sect. It belongs to the village of Lu Yin Hua Mingyu. There are so many things in the world. When you think you are the closest, you are getting farther and farther. When you think you are far away, you can get it easily and effortlessly. In addition, Changchun Palace, Leilongking, a sect based on Qingtan Blessed Land, Yunxia Mountain, etc., which are candidates for the Aquarius sect, are all on the recommendation list of the Dali dynasty. There are happy events every year, especially this year. Today is the best example. Jing Dafeng saw a kind-hearted old man on the street, accompanied by a young female cultivator who looked like a maid. The 2 who looked like masters and servants were strolling around Nujiao de Baozhai. It's just that Jing Dafeng wanted to go to Piyun Mountain immediately. He was anxious to see Wei Bo, so he didn't go up to chat up. Serious people would approach a good-looking woman on the road casually. Jing Dafeng stopped abruptly. Hey, this girl is actually a sword cultivator. Serious people don't do serious things. It's not like a frivolous young man, so Jing Dafeng immediately followed into the shop of his own, familiar with the door and the road, and began to introduce the various goods inside, only after chatting to find out that the old man's surname was Hong, and he came from Baoping. A place in the middle of the continent, Longshan Xianjia Ferry, is located at the border between Shushui and Songxi. A maid in a colorful dress, she claims to be affectionate. When they heard that the man was the uncle of Lord Chen Shanzhu of Luopao Mountain, they immediately looked at him with admiration. Guan Qing hesitated a few times. Chao Mao, the general of Yuzhou, took a trip to Yuzhang County in Hangzhou in his spare time. As a general of one state, he actually managed the military affairs of two states at the same time, so it could also be regarded as an official business. Drilling pot umbrella, chained, teaching, chanting on this trip, the high-ranking Chao Mao did not greet officials at all levels in Hangzhou, but only brought a few confidants and cultivators to visit the logging institute. But the chief officer was not in the office, nor did he tell his subordinates where he went. Chao Mao did not intend to stay and wait for others, so he left the logging institute and asked two cultivators to go to the city to inquire about the news. A young general next to him couldn't help but ask, "General Chao, what is the origin of this Lin Jingqing, so he can keep quiet? So secretly settled the case of stealing in Yuzhang County." Chao Mao said, "If you can resist leaving Yuzhang County without asking, then you can go to serve in the military department of the capital." The young general said with a sad face, "General Chao, aren't you a jerk? You said that you would recommend it to me in the court, but why did you regret it? The official is not big, but he is a military officer who accompanies the capital. According to the regulations of Doli, there are military generals with the title of military merit and martial arts leave the battlefield to become local officials, and most of them are appointed by 1 or 2 ranks. How many ranks have I been demoted? Besides, it is only a companion capital, not a military department in the capital. On the side of this general of Yuzhou, in fact, there is no need to pay too much attention to official rules, and he speaks very casually." Chao Mao said indifferently, "Our Dallas 6 accompany capitals can be the same as the accompany capitals used by other countries for the elderly." A female cultivator who stayed by his side smiled and said, "General Chao, I heard that the newly appointed chief of the Logging Institute is a stern and unsmiling man. Is he considered to be the kind of person with an iron face and a crown?" Chao Mao said, "About Lin Jingqing, don't ask any more questions. When I meet him later, don't interrupt when I chat with him." Because the Yuzhou general's house had previously received a secret decree from the imperial court, His Majesty the Emperor would make a secret tour to Hangzhou in the near future, where he would be stationed in the logging courtyard, and he would not bring too many followers. That's why Chao Mao had this trip to Yuzhang County. He had to meet Lin Jingqing first, and then he went to inspect several passes and military towns on the Hangzhou border. This logging institute in Hangzhou is similar to the weaving bureau set up by the Dali court in Yuzhou and Wuzhou. They are all institutions of the officialdom similar in nature to the Longyao Supervision and Construction Bureau of the past. It's just that the rank of the chief official of the logging institute is relatively the lowest. For example, Li Baozhen and Li Zhizao of Naiyuzu are from the 4th rank with a fairly high official status. After all, the logging institute is a bit special. It does not belong to the permanent yamen. A transitional yamen, when things are done, the imperial court will be abolished without incident. Therefore, the officials who were assigned to work here are not very interested. First, there is no oil and water in the logging institute. It is also easy to cause a body of shame. After all, the court in Hangzhou have repeatedly banned the illegal mining of giant trees. The behind-the-scenes forces, who do not have the support of the court, say that the local Yuzhang County Nancher has such a large expenditure all year round, will he not be involved in this vile business? In the officialdom of Dali, why is there a humorous saying of the Yuzhang, Shao Hongzhou? It's not just because the Nan clan of Yuzhang County has such a noble person, the former Queen Mother and now the Queen Mother Nanpin. She is the biological mother of today's Xi Songhe and Luo Wang Songmu. To say that a mother is more valuable than a child, who can compare with her in the entire Aquarius? When the Logging Institute was just established, the entire Hangzhou officials were waiting to see the show, wanting to see how Lin Jingqing, who came from the capital to swim in the muddy waters, had a bad face in Yuzhang County. However, after Lin Jingqing took office as the chief officer, he neither visited any Yuzhang County officials nor royal relatives, nor did any new officials take office, nor did he even visit any mountain in Yuzhang County. Stay home. As a result, overnight, all those who secretly harvested and felled the giant trees on the mountain disappeared from the front of the stage to the backstage. They did not temporarily avoid their edge, but voluntarily evacuated and destroyed all account books. The lost characters are even more destroyed. The dozen or so shops in Yuzhang County alone were all closed, and no one was left. Of course, there may be more unknown nails, all cleaned up by themselves. I just want to say that the Nan family, whose forces are intertwined in the whole Hangzhou, not long ago, in the first month of the month, held a closed-door discussion in the ancestral hall. Excluded, removed from the family tree, and no reason was given. Some were unconvinced and shouted injustice, and some shouted, arrogant and rude. The former was beaten with blood on the spot, while the latter was directly beaten to death in the ancestral hall. The hazy light rain is moist as crisp, and there are poor girls carrying baskets and selling apricot flowers along the street. In the end, Chow Mao found Lin Jingqing, who had white temples, in a shop selling porcelain. He was similar to an old schoolboy in a county, but he didn't look so old. The shopkeeper was also an old man, and he was laughing at this brother Lin. Since he didn't have a lot of money in his pocket, don't be delusional. Don't think about the open-door goods in the shop. Lin Jingqing glanced at Chow Mao and his party at the door, put a porcelain bottle back on the shelf gently, and told the shopkeeper to come again next time. The shopkeeper waved his hand and spoke very aggressively. If brother Lin still has no money, don't come again. Lin Jingqing went out the door and asked, looking for me. The young general handed the oil paper umbrella in his hand to Lin Jingqing, and he was just able to hold an umbrella with the woman beside him, killing two birds with one stone. Lin Jingqing was not polite, smiled and thanked the young man with scars on the back of his hands, and took the oil paper umbrella. Chow Mao first took out the military talisman, reported his name and the identity of the general of Yuzhou, and then explained softly, I will have my life, and I must go to Yuzhang County and the Logging Institute in person. I believe that the owner of the Lin Yuan has already received the above news. Lin Jingqing said indifferently, just go for a walk. Is it possible that the Logging Institute's threshold is so high that it can stop a general from Yuzhou from coming? If you say that General Chow is looking for me to talk about things, don't worry, they'll just pick it up secretly. I don't care about illegal logging or other military and political affairs, no matter how big or small. The few followers behind General Yuzhou felt that this Lin Jingqing was worthy of being a Beijing official, with a small official hat and a big tone. The prefects of a state would not dare to speak thorns with General Chow like this. Chow Mao was still very patient, and said, I believe that the head of Lin can understand the meaning of what Chow said. The stake is very important, and there should be no mistakes. I still hope that the head of Lin can take a little time to sit down and have a good time. Discuss. Lin Jingqing smiled and said, General Chow may have misunderstood, this logging institute is no different than the Chuzhou Kiln Supervision and Construction Bureau and the nearby Weaving Bureau. Its duties are very simple. Literally, it is only responsible for arresting those who harvest wood without permission. If the yamen is lucky in the future, if they are not abolished, they will provide giant trees for the royal family and the Imperial Ministry of Industry as usual. So General Chow asked me to talk about business today. The wood that was classified as inferior by the Logging Institute, then I, the chief official, can open a convenient door for General Chow within the scope of my power. It is said that the officialdom has always been more efficient than the Ministry of War's Good News Department in passing gossip, but a local Sesame official like me can't stand up to several impeachments in the 6 divisions in the capital. General Chow still needs to be more considerate. Chow Mao was a little helpless, and it was the most difficult to deal with such a person who pretended to be confused. Cheers on the face, charcoal in the chest. I'm discussing with you the big matter of His Majesty's private visit. You talk to me about these sesame mung beans trivial affairs. Do you, Lin Jingqing, really care about the official friendship with a Yuzhou general? Chow Mao then changed the subject and said with a smile, "It is said that the robbery has stopped now." Lin Jingqing nodded and said, "It is estimated that it is the name of the logging institute, and it is more able to scare people." The reason why Chow Mao is so patient is because, as the confidant and love of Su Gaoshan, the former Dali Patrol envoy, Chow Mao needs to know more about the inside story than the entourage behind him. However, Chow Mao only knew 2 more things about the first director of the Logging Institute, who was not visible, but it was enough for Chow Mao to be more cautious. The first thing is that Lin Jingqing is not from the capital of Dali, but from Lizidongshan. He moved to the capital later, and only worked for many years in the Ministry of War. Second, Lin Jingqing is still the father of Lin Shuyi. There is an expert named Yuan Tianfeng in the Qin Tianjian in the capital of Dali. He is a white-clothed man, and he is best at commenting on the moon day in Zhangfu. On Lin Shuyi's side, there was a prophecy of 100 years of Yuaning. In the next year, he will enter the nascent soul realm. Is there something wrong? Didn't Lin Shuyi become the nascent soul within 100 years old? Another good person asked Lin Shuyi if he could be 100-year-old jade. Yuan Tianfeng just laughed without saying a word. Chow Mao now has a secret backer in the dynasty. His surname is Yen. He is a person who can reach the sky. If the Dali dynasty is in full swing, then this person is the shadow of the Dali dynasty. Chow Mao learned from this big man that Emperor Song he actually valued Lin Shuyi very much, and had long placed high hopes on this bookish young monk, and even was willing to cultivate him as a pillar of the future country. Therefore, in the early years, Lin Shuyi was deliberately appointed to take over as the minister of the Qing officials in the ancestral hall of the Ministry of Rights. In this noble position as the most powerful official in the Dali court, he would accumulate a few years of qualifications in the capital's officialdom. Even if he did not participate in the imperial examinations, he would have had previously served as a priest in the Dada temple, and then he was promoted to the Minister of Rights by exception. There would not be too much dissent in the court. If Lin Shuyi regained the status of a gentleman of the academy in the future, then one day he would take over the Ministry of Rights. Things are up. In the future, the Dali Temple will have Zhao Yao in the Ministry of Punishment, Lin Shuyi in the Ministry of Rights, and the rest of the young and capable officials, civil servants and military generals. A young Yuaning in his early 40s. If it wasn't for Lin Shuyi who was born in a strange place like Lizidongshan, the younger generation of about the same age would include Qin Pingan, Lu Xianying, Ma Kushuan, Gu Kan. In addition, Lin Shuyi likes to practice quietly and devote himself to his studies. This made Lin Shuyi, who should have been more eye-catching, unable to gain a reputation that matched his cultivation and knowledge. Lin Jingqing didn't even invite them to go to the government office to take a seat and drink hot tea. Chow Mao was already mentally prepared to return without success. Thinking that it was really impossible, he paid for himself and bought a batch of wood that officials identified as inferior and unusable in private with the Logging Institute. I met another poor girl who was selling apricot flowers along the street. When I saw Chow Mao and Lin Jingqing and their group walking towards me, the flower girl immediately retreated to the corner of the wall and stood there. She was a little curious in her eyes, not just people seeing it. The fear of officials and the poor seeing the rich. The young military commander holding the umbrella handed over the oil paper umbrella to the female nun beside him. He walked over quickly, asked the girl about the price, took out the money bag, took out a few pieces of silver, and simply bought a basket of apricot flowers. When he came down, the woman who served as a cultivator in the military mansion of Yujo handed him the oil paper umbrella and took the flower basket. She took off an apricot flower and pinned it in her hair bun. The young general complimented her in lame words. The woman's beauty was as beautiful as flowers, and the man's love words were like mud. Lin Jingqing suddenly took the initiative and said, "General Chao and Chuzhou Luo Pao Mountain, are there any incense, love?" Chao Mao's face was the same as usual. In the early years, I met Shanju Qin, who was trained in Shujian Lake, once, but it was not a love affair, and it was barely acquainted with each other, and I never met again after that. The few behind him heard about this for the first time, and they were all very surprised. "We General Chao can do it, but we are old acquaintances with that young hidden officer." Listen to the meaning, played deal. Lin Jingqing didn't say much. All the officials in the Logging Institute knew that the head of the Forest Institute seemed to be in a bad mood during the first month of the new year. "Maybe it's because you feel that the chief officer of this Logging Institute is not easy to be." He seemed to be waiting for something, but he didn't wait, and he looked a little gloomy. In the late winter of last year, before the retreat, Lin Shui sent a secret letter to Jiaisfeng, reminding Qin Pingan that during the first month, he could go to the Logging Institute in Yuzhang County, Hangzhou, to visit the door to pay New Year's greetings. Lin Shui sent another letter to the Logging Institute, saying that he had already greeted Qin Pingan. The father and son, who had an extremely sparse relationship last time, had a few more conversations. According to Lin Shui's estimate, there was still a gap of 100 grain rain money needed for this retreat. When Lin Jingqing heard this number, he immediately retreated. With such an unfilial son who was like a beast swallowing gold, he could only continue to maintain his usual fatherly love. Hearing Lin Shui said that he had borrowed money from Qin Pingan, fill in the gap. Lin Jingqing was just half joking, since he borrowed money from him, he doesn't need to pay it back. Lin Shui naturally did not dare to take it seriously. But Lin Jingqing actually prepared a gift for a certain junior. According to the estimate on the mountain, this thing is about 1 or 200 guyu money. This was one of his rewards for serving as a town keeper. For the young mountain owner whose family is so deep that it is bottomless, such a gift may not be anything at all. Another reward was that Cui Yu and Lin Jingqing had a guarantee that Lin Shui would become an official in the Dali court in the future, regardless of his achievements in Taoism. Lin Jingqing, who considers himself half a scholar and has worked in the supervision office for many years, takes this very seriously. Lin Shui, the word is new. The sage embraces one as the world's style, and honors and defends the shame as the valley of the world. As the sun rises day by day, it is advisable to be cautious. Lin Shui's name were taken with the help of the national teacher Cui Yu. The last time Lu Qin was a stubborn guest at the Logging Institute, he was confused, joking, light and heavy, bright when he opened the skylight, and clear words that closed the coffin, and said a lot. Here is another remark from Lu Xin, who claims to be a poor Taoist. The general meaning is that Lin Shui went to a certain opportunity because of his partiality as a father. The whole body, leading to a series of opportunities, everything is lost, and everything is lost. And Lu Qin finally added that he set up a stall for fortune-telling back then, and he gave Lin Jingqing a hint. The implication is that what is your insistence, Lin Jingqing, that led to this? You are stubborn, but the poor road gave you and Lin Shui lots of extra kindness. You two, father and son, can't help but be appreciative. You have to be a little conscientious, so what if a poor Taoist eats a few zongzi from you? In fact, Lin Jingqing listened to it at the time, but he, Lin Jingqing, has been dealing with people in his life, and at most he regrets certain personnel matters, and he really has no regrets. As for Lin Shi's thoughts after knowing the truth. You, son, dare to rebel against your father. The truth is that Lin Jingqing has always been very dignified on the side of his son, but it is not easy to ask Lin Jingqing to take the initiative to mention this. As the prefect of Chuzhou, Wu Yuan took the initiative to visit Gaoping, the city of the state. In a state officialdom, the two sides are considered equal. Wu Yuan took off her official robe, but she was standing outside the gate of the Zhou Qinghuang temple in casual clothes. A couplet with gold characters on a black background hangs at the door. The thoughts are dark, there are ghosts in the daytime, how many times can I save you? You whisper, God hears like thunder. Words and deeds are bright, and there is a blue sky in the dark room, why come here to burn incense? Dare to lose heart, God's eyes are like electricity. Gao Ping, the lord of the city god, who has never had any official entertainment, naturally would not show up to greet Wu Yuan, but there was a boy in red, who jumped away from the incense burner, ran out of the temple of the city god, over the high threshold, and then he quickly ran down the steps, bowed respectfully and bowed to Wu Yuan, called out to the governor, and said some words about the scene of the great driver's visit to Pengpa. He lowered his head all the way and turned sideways, stretched out a hand, maintained this posture, and led Master Wu into the temple of the city god. Wu Yuan came here to chat with Gao Ping, not related to official business, just to talk about anecdotes in the landscape and officialdom outside Chuzhou. For example, there are several key water vacancies now, and the Dali court has been undecided, and the central Dadu is only Changchun for the time being. Whether Ho and Uncle Lily will have another master of Dadu, everyone is curious. Like Jidu in Luzhou in the north, there are Duke Lingyuan and Duke Longting. Then there is the Tiefu River water god vacated after Yang Hua's promotion, and Qiantang Chang after Chao Yong's departure. It is not a trivial matter who they are to fill in the gaps. In addition, Shaowan, the water of the Baihu River, who was originally a 6th rank on the landscape genealogy of the Dali dynasty, recently merged with the upstream Taekwon River, and this water goddess rank was elevated to 5th rank. As for the old Iron Coupon River water Gao Brewing, the temple was relocated to Yunzhou, and it was transferred to the Shimei River water god. There is no impermeable wall under the sky, especially the well-informed landscape officials. When they look at this matter, they all feel that they are very chewy, just like the number of officials in Beijing. The officials in Beijing are released, and the party in charge, even if the rank remains unchanged, of course reuse, the Wuxi River, one of the sources of the Shimei River, hides an ancient Shulong palace. The regulations are not high. After all, it belongs to the ancient inland dragon palace, but the skinny camel is bigger than a horse. No matter what, it is a genuine one. Dragon Palace, how can Huang Tinghua have this ability? Naturally it was found by the monks of the suzerain Dali dynasty, so when the Dragon Palace is really opened, the water transportation of the originally unknown Shimei River will naturally skyrocket. The status of God will rise with the tide. Wu Yuan had entered the door, Gao Ping walked out of the statue, and the boy in Zhu Yi had already greeted Miao Zhu to hurry up and fix a few hard dishes. While walking and chatting, Wu Yuan said with a smile after taking a seat at the Zhaitang, Han Shijiang's landscape genealogy and rank and Tai Fujiang water god are still 2 levels behind. If he wants to fill the gap, it is as difficult as going to the sky. Gao Ping nodded, so the strong recommendation from Emperor Huang Tinghua was of little significance, and the Dali court would definitely not agree. Wu Yuan asked with a smile, what is this goddess of the Yuye River thinking, and why did she hint me that as long as I help her to transfer to other places, it will be fine? Any river in the territory of Dali with barren water transportation, there is no problem, she is even willing to lower the half-level status. Gao Ping picked up a peanut and threw it into his mouth, and said, because of a big or small matter, I didn't handle it properly, and the result was a big trouble, so I forged a relationship with Luopa Mountain. She always felt that she would stay in Yuye. Jiang, you can't sleep well. Instead of worrying about turning over old accounts every day, you might as well hide away. Wu Yuan teased, Gao Jiu has picked up a fat shortage. In the future landscape evaluation of the Ministry of Rights, the Shimei River in Yunzhou, it is difficult to think whether it is an excellent test language. Gao Ping said, it is estimated that it was the inspiration of Luopa Mountain. It is Wei Boss handwriting on the bright side. After all, it is a Beiyue mountain monarch. The court still wants to sell him a little face. Aristocratic family, after a little inquiries, it was Wei Boss meaning, so I had to pinching my nose to recognize it. Wei Bo is a small-minded fellow, with such a mountain gentleman who likes to hold night banquets, who is not afraid of having a night banquet next time. Wei Bo deliberately wears small shoes, the immortal mansion supported by several of their families, and the gods of mountains and rivers that they usually have a good relationship with, are not allowed to smash the pot and sell iron. Wu Yuan smiled and said, it's difficult for Pai Yunshan to hold a night tour banquet again, isn't it? He is already the equivalent of Izhou mountain monarch in immortal realm. If you want to raise the status of god, how many gold and copper coins do you have to eat? Even if the Dali court is more biased towards Beiyue Piyun Mountain, and the treasury has surplus, it is impossible to do so, otherwise Zhongyue Mountain Jun Jinqing will definitely be the first to swear and go straight to the imperial study to quarrel. As for the rest of the Aquarius Mountain monarchs, especially Nanyue Fan Junmao, she would definitely not be vague about this kind of thing. Lin Shuyi's retreat place, almost no one can guess, it is neither the capital of Dali, nor is it a cave in the northern mountain of Aquarius continent or some cave in the mountain top of Zhongyue, but a slightly heavy-hearted but detached status in Dali. Changchun Palace. Changchun Palace, worthy of its name, seems to have an immortal king who asked Chun to stay in the mountains and rivers. It is better to live in leisure than to live in officials, and in the wild is better than in the dynasty. The landscape here is the most leisurely and wild. In a forbidden area that even the direct disciples of the ancestors were not allowed to set foot in. Surrounded by mountains like arms, surrounded by a lake, the mountains and rivers depend on each other, and the eyes are beautiful. The scenery is as quiet as ancient times, and the days are as long as a small year. There are water pavilions with raised eaves and revetments, covered with blue-green glazed tiles, pillars on the water, and flocks of birds as white as snowflakes, slowly falling on the water. The green trees on the shore make sound, the birds sound up and down, the algae in the water can be counted, and the breeze is like a gentleman. When passing by the water pavilion, it gently peels and pecks the bamboo curtains. Those who are sleepy in spring can wake up or not. In the waterside pavilion, there is a sleeping couch, a table near the window, a censer, a few old and unmistakable ancient Buddhist scriptures, a stag tail used to repel insects and dust, a stack of landscapes, flowers and birds' albums, and all kinds of study rooms. Both. A woman took a nap on the couch in the water pavilion. She just woke up, sat up, rubbed her eyes, stretched out and yawned, took a nap, glanced down at her embroidered shoes, raised her toes, and picked her up. He picked up an embroidered shoe, thought about it, and felt a little irritable, so he casually kicked the embroidered shoe, stepped on the ground with bare feet, and walked out of the water pavilion. The water pavilion faced the lake and set up the beauty. This a lazy beauty, she put her arm across the railing and put her chin against her arm. She looked at the calm lake surface, her eyes blurred. No matter how beautiful the scenery is, if you see it every day, it's like eating big fish and meat every day. You can't stop eating 3 meals a day, and you will always get tired of it. There is a sign hanging around her waist with the single word Hai, which has been hailed as Ren Ding by monks since ancient times. The water pavilion corridor is paved with a kind of Xianjia Yuju on the mountain, which is warm in winter and cool in summer. Someone with the word Yin hanging on his waist is sitting on a futon in the corridor, where he uses copper coins to fortune-telling, and there are several fortune-telling books like Jin Yuanhai and Positive and Slanted Seals. A thin and sluggish young man sat cross-legged with a green bamboo stick on his knees. There was also a young man with a miserable face, leaning back against the colonnade and closing his eyes. In addition, a woman sat on the top of the water pavilion. Her legs were hanging in the air, shaking gently. There was a young man in black with a sword on his back, standing alone outside the waterside pavilion, with a bamboo crown and the jade tree facing the wind. The group has been here for a long time indeed. The only thing they have in common is that they both have a plaque hanging from their waists, with only one character engraved, and they are all taken from the 12 earthly branches. This group of 6 people are members of the Dali branch. Yuan Huajing, Sun. Chang Jian, Hai. Go Cun, Shen. Sui Lin, Yin. Hard work, Si. Zhou Haijing, ugly. Previously, the Dali court had cultivated 11 monks from the earthly branch regardless of the cost, and divided into 2 mountain camps, with the Prince Song Su and the Shangzhou kingdom surnamed Jinsho Yuan Huajing as their leaders. Yuan Huajing and Song Su are both swordsmen. One is from the top noble family in Dali, and has the surname of Shangzhou kingdom, and the other is Tianhuang nobleman from a royal family. The boundary is a layer worse. Besides Song Su, there were Han Zhoujin, Guling, Yu Yu, Lu Hui, and Hojue. On Yuan Huajing's side, there is Sui Lin, a yin-yang cultivator who is proficient in the 5 elements, and a female ghost who changes her beauty every day. With a bitter face, he is a mirror seller that is even rarer than the Gaian line. As Yuan Huajing, who is already a swordsman of Yuanying before the age of 100, if it is not because of his identity, he must hide behind the scenes, making Yuan Huajing less famous, otherwise he will definitely be among the 10 young people in Aquarius Island, and his ranking will be high. Not long ago, there was one more person in the terrestrial branch team. If you don't talk about killing power, but only talk about fame, even if the 11 people are added together, they may not be such a person by far. It was the great female master who fought with Yu Hong in the capital of Dali not long ago, the mountaintop martial artist, Zhou Haijing. After Zhou Haijing joined the Dali earthly branch, as a peak warrior of the 9 realms, her appearance successfully filled the 12 earthly branches of the Dali dynasty. Although it is long overdue, good things are not afraid of being late. But because of her low experience, she has never participated in the war with the capital together, so she is not close to each other, and she is not familiar with either side, and she doesn't feel the need to get close to them. And because there were only 5 people on Yuan Huajing's side, Zhou Haijing joined their team. As soon as Zhou Haijing came, Gai Yan even met an opponent. The only female warrior in this branch of the earth. Every day she dresses up like a pile of gold and emeralds, with jewels, from head to toe. The decoration is cumbersome, to the point of exaggeration. So when Yu Yu saw Zhou Haijing, the first impression was that this sister was a walking shop. Is it walking on the road? As long as someone is willing to ask for a price and falls in love with a certain piece of jewelry, Zhou Haijing can take out anything and do business with others. Zhou Haijing can barely talk to the Prince Song Su and Taoist Guling, who were the first to win her over. There is nothing to talk about with other people, especially with Gai Yan. Not including innuendo and quarrel, both women would feel uncomfortable. Zhou Haijing, who was sitting on top of the green glazed tile, looked down at that Sui Lin who threw the copper coins again and again. This guy is a Qi trainer from the Yin-Yang 5 Elements family. Pity. Zhou Haijing smiled and said, Sui Lin, haven't you heard the teachings of a sage? Acting in line with morality, not divination, and acting contrary to morality, even divination is also evil. Therefore, people should do divination by themselves, and the gentleman does not need to ask divination. Sui Lin turned a deaf ear, as an expert in numerology, he had nothing to talk about with a layman like Zhou Haijing. Zhou Haijing didn't even think about chatting with Sui Lin about those profound fortune-telling knowledge. It was just boring to talk about it. She never thought that the first serious thing after she joined the branch of the earthly branch was to come to Changchun Palace and give her people help guard. But on Song Zu's side, there are also 6 people, but they have a heavy responsibility at the moment. They have been instructed by Qin Tianjian to find an ancient treasure with great background and high rank. Because the 2 groups of people acted separately, Zhou Haijing could not know more details. It is said that according to the tradition of the Earth Branch, they will gather together afterwards to review carefully. It's just that there is a fart in the review. Treasure hunting, of course, is the best way to do it yourself. Even if all the harvest has to be returned to the public, it must be turned over to a secret vault in the imperial court, but it is very interesting to only talk about the process. She joined Song Su at the top of the mountain with a shameless face. Zhou Haijing was really bored and couldn't help complaining. It's just a retreat for a cultivator of the nascent soul realm. As for how to inspire people like this, let 6 of us drink the northwest wind here every day. Last winter, His Majesty the Emperor personally issued a secret decree for the 6 of them to come here to protect the scholar named Lin Shuyi. Nearly 2 months of time were spent just like that. The problem is that His Majesty did not say when they would be able to return to the capital. Looking at their posture, they would have to spend their time here if the guy didn't leave the country for a day. The beauty of Xie leaned on Yen, although she was also slandering about it, but if Zhou Haijing said no, she would say yes, and sneered, "First, don't treat Yupu as a god. 60 years ago, there are only a handful of cultivators in the Jade Purity realm in our treasure continent, which is not so rare until now." In addition to the Wei and Jin dynasties of Fengshua Temple, there is also Xingyang Mountain, the owner of the mountain, Zhu Huang, and the old patriarch of Manhua Peak. Furthermore, Lin Shuyi is the first Elise person in the strict sense. As long as he is expected to enter the top 5 realms, the court must be cautious. 5 realms, in one fell swoop, became the first mountain monarch in the history of Aquarius continent to go to the 5 realms, so let alone a few of us, it would not be too much for more immortals to protect the customs together. This scholar who studied in the Dasui Shinaya Academy, was born in Lizhu Cave. The key is that Lin Shuyi once served as the Chidu Temple blessing of the Dali dynasty. On the other hand, Chen Pingan in Luopao Mountain, Lu Xianyang, the current suzerain of Longquan Sword Sect, and Xia Ling, the swordsman of Yuan Yingjing who was born in Taoya Lane, each of them has a sect, and their relationship with the Song dynasty is really not a big deal. How good it is, not to mention the young hidden official who refused to serve as the national teacher, even Lu Xianyang, with the court of Dali, showed a kind of alienation in his politeness. Zhou Haijing didn't answer at all, and just continued to tease Sui Lin. "Listen to you lent Chen Pingan 6 lock sword charms made of golden talismans. Do you want them back? Will you beat the dogs with meat buns?" Sui Lin looked extremely embarrassed, took a deep breath, and just pretended to be deaf. Except for Zhou Haijing, who finally joined the line of the Earth Branch, the 11 of them were carefully selected by the national teacher Chuiyu, who have fought side by side for a long time and cooperated seamlessly. For example, Song Su owns 2 natal flying swords, Yi Lu and Tong Yao. The latter is named after the help of the national teacher Chuiyu. The former can ensure that when Sui Lin reverses the long river of time, the earthly cultivator will stabilize the Taoist heart, plus the other monks have several magical powers. They cannot be entrained by the long river of time, from beginning to end, they are as stable as a fairy. It's just a branch of the earth. The real killer is Yuan Wajing's second flying sword that is deeply hidden besides Fire Waterfall, called Backflow. It is said to be an imitation. As for which sword Immortal's birth sword is imitated, it is unknown. After the earthly branch monks formed the formation, Sui Lin sat in it, holding the formation pivot. He could even reverse a long river of time, so he was the key person who helped everyone return from the dead. If you don't count the last fight, the previous fight with the young hidden official was not worth the pain. Sui Lin got a golden body fragment of an ancient from the guy, but it took longer than he expected, and it took 2 months for it to be completely refined, which is extremely beneficial to its own avenue. But if the time was reversed, the last fight could not be fought, let alone returning the golden body fragment. Even if Sui Lin gave another piece to the young hidden official, he would be willing to do so. It was really too much to suffer. Not only Sui Lin, I am afraid that except for Yu, who has the most heart, and the other 10 colleagues of the earthly branches, everyone has a psychological shadow, and they have not recovered until now. As soon as he heard Zhou Haijing call the young hidden official by his first name, Sui Lin was worried that he would be harmed, so he eavesdropped on someone. For example, Gai Yan's face became embarrassed on the spot, and for the first time he didn't quarrel with Zhou Haijing. No wonder they were so timid. In the last fight in the capital of Dali, their memory was not erased. They even had to break the common sense and not go back to the game. The 11 people had a very tacit understanding, and no one mentioned it. As if there was no such thing. Yu was pulled out by the unsympathetic guy who held down her face and pulled out all her soul. Like a Confucian sage with a mouthful of Tianxian, just saying the word flower blossom, he used dozens of sharp swords to nail Lu Hui into a hedgehog. Gai Yan was even more described by him as a Pianyue who created his own swordsmanship. He even wore a robe and golden armor, and was dismembered to pieces by countless sharp sword lights in an instant. The stubborn end was probably due to an old acquaintance with that person, and he showed mercy. As for him, Sui Lin, the elusive guy came behind him and punched through Sui Lin's back with a punch. Sui Lin lowered his head and could see the man's fist. As a one-character master, Lu Hui is even more pitiful. First, those long swords were imprisoned, and then a long spear condensed by the opponent's martial arts was stabbed into the neck. Hanging high in the air. Zhou Haijing asked with a smile, "You are so afraid of Qin Pingan. Why do I think he is so easy to talk to? Every time I meet him, he is always friendly." She has always been puzzled. It seems that everyone has a hope of becoming a proud person in the 5 realms. As long as she mentions that name, one by one, they will be forcibly poured into the things that don't drink alcohol. A big bowl of spirits, with snot and tears all over his face, was extremely embarrassed. Hearing that name, Gai Yan's face changed slightly again, her body was tense, and the veins on the back of her hands burst out. Zhou Haijing was keenly aware of the strangeness of this dead enemy, and was about to add fuel to the fire to say a few words about his friendship with Qin Pingan, how the other party invited him to come out. Yuan Huajing said, "Zhou Haijing, don't gossip, think about how to get to the top as soon as possible." Zhou Haijing didn't take Yuan Huajing too seriously, and continued, "It's not like the 11 of you once joined forces, and then Qin Pingan overturned them all. In an instant, if a fire dragon surrounds the Zhouhai mirror in the top of the water pavilion, the flame is as thick as the mouth of a well, and the light is dazzling, so that the green glazed tiles have faint signs of melting." Zhou Haijing twitched the corners of his mouth, and he was surrounded by a mighty martial artist, like a god, protecting him from the scorching heat of the fire dragon. She stretched out her hand and patted her heart. "Yo, the flying sword of Yuan Yingjing Jiangxi's life, I was so frightened that my face turned pale, and the deer rammed." On the other side of the water pavilion corridor, he had been leaning on the pillar to close his eyes and recuperate, and suddenly opened his eyes. Zhou Haijing's consciousness was all mellow, and it was really difficult to end, so she had to raise her hands, and she reached out and patted her cheek a few times. "If you're afraid of you, you know that bullying a newcomer like me, I said something wrong, I clap your mouth." Yuan Huajing put away the flying sword, fire waterfall, and said solemnly, "This is not an example." Zhou Haijing touched the slightly hot glazed tile around her with her finger. The original green pattern had been distorted by the flames. She raised her arm and shook her numb fingers. It seems that the real killing power of Yuan Huajing's flying sword lies in its ability to kill, secretly pulling human aura and boiling people's soul. Dealing with pure martial arts, the effect is a little worse. Cleaning up Qi warriors, it is indeed more effective. Sacrificing flying swords is like setting up a fire. Without penetrating the cultivator's body, you can cook a person's spiritual energy like boiling water from a distance. Yuan Huajing walked to the waterside pavilion, his eyes still stayed on a hill opposite the lake. I don't know if Song Zu's group of people secretly infiltrated the ancient battlefield site smoothly. It is said that Qin Tianjian found clues by observing the sky, but in fact it was the result of Yuan Tianfang's calculations. The most unusual place, according to the guess given by Qin Tianjian, is that there is a round of ancient broken big sun hidden here, which has turned into the golden crow was only submerged in spiritual cultivation and fell into a long sleep. I don't know if it was pulled or induced by some kind of traction. In short, it didn't gradually wake up until not long ago, and Yuan Tianfeng immediately found the clue. Song Su and the six rushed over immediately. At the same time, he brought a heavy treasure of Dali Miku that can be used as an overwhelm. Yuan Tianfeng spent a lot of financial resources of the Dali court in Qin Tianjian these years, and he finally developed a precision instrument that can test the vibration of the ley lines. Yuan Huajing and Song Su are actually the two most misunderstood people. Compared to Zhou Haijing and Gai Yan, they are only superficially the same. But after the accident happened last time, the two sides had an open and honest dialogue, but they solved their knots. What both sides said is taboo. It's just that while the knot in the heart is unraveled, the two sides have a new knot. Before Song Su left, he said, "Let's not be an example." In fact, this prince, who was in a lower level of Yuan Huijing, was regarded as a leader of the earthly branch. However, Yuan Huajing thought he would be angry, but he didn't. Probably just as Song Su said, his heart has fallen. Gong drilling pot umbrella, chained, teaching, chanting therefore, Song Su was sure that the most likely demons were not Sui Lin and Lu Hui, but Yuan Huajing, a sword cultivator who lost to the sky. Chen Pingan had different reminders and suggestions for the monks of the Earth branch. For example, let Sui Lin go to the Chongshu Bureau and the Translation Bureau of the capital, and integrate the Buddhist and Taoist teachings to abide by the one law. On Lu Hu's side, Chen Pingan gave a very weighty promise that if he couldn't break through the realm, he could help teach a broken word order that belongs to Confucian Qi refining. Yuan Huajing guessed that the appearance of the golden crow was most likely related to Lin Shuyi's retreat. He even suspects that Yuan Tianfang's appearance in the capital of Dali is to run towards this Lin Shuyi, at least one of Yuan Tianfang's main purposes. Yuan Huajing has always been curious about one thing. It is said that Lin Shuyi's Taoist book is just a book of lay fa Taoism called Lang Lang Book on the Clouds. It can be said that Lin Shuyi's cultivation path is similar to that of mountains and fields. Xiao is self-taught. It is a pity that there is no copy of this book in the Dali court. Wei Bo appeared at the gate of Piyin Mountain, but of course he used a trick. Because Xing Dafeng came here without saying hello, Wei Bo always felt that this guy was going to the Three Treasures Hall without incident, and he had to take it easy today. With a smile on his face, Xing Dafeng reached out and grabbed Wei Shanjian's arm. Brother Wei, I have to discuss something with you." Wei Bo knew something was wrong, and said without hesitation, "We are the female officials of the various divisions of Shanjun Mansion, don't think of me introducing you to one." Xing Dafeng looked sad. If the droughts and floods are evened out, wouldn't it be the best of both worlds? Wei Bo laughed angrily, don't even think about it. Zheng Dafeng said, you and I are close friends, right? Wei Bo kept his face straight and didn't talk. Zheng Dafeng said, I am half the elder of Chen Pingon again. After all, I watched him grow up. If I hadn't been downcast now, I would have to live in Luopao Mountain. Chen Pingon called me Uncle Zheng, he was a courtesy, I'm not sorry, right? Wei Bo said helplessly, Zheng Dafeng, don't beat around the bush, Mai is very flustered. Zheng Dafeng complained, what are you in a hurry? I can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Let's go, the two of us will climb the mountain together first, and then go to the UFU division and the EG division. Anyway, we just find a quiet place to have a good drink, no drunk. Wei Bo stood still, you clarify things first, otherwise don't blame me for not reading about brotherhood. Zheng Dafeng said bitterly, apart from women, your brother Wei is the first man who can hurt my heart. It seems that I really can't get along with you in the future. Wei Bo put his hand on his forehead. Zheng Dafeng sat on the steps, Wei Bo had to sit down with him. Chen Pingon and Ning Yao are Taoist companions, right? Ning Yao is the #1 person in the colorful world again, isn't he? I'm in Ascension City, but I have great status and prestige, and am half an elder of Chen Pingon. You and I are good brothers and good buddies who trust each other. Wei Bo heard it like a cloud, didn't you just come back? Ning Yao asked me to give it to you as a thank you gift from Wei Shanjun for taking care of someone and Luopao Mountain for so many years. Don't worry, this thing does not belong to Feishing City and Summer Palace. Zheng Dafeng finally stopped selling the ties, took out a wooden box from his sleeve, slapped Wei Bo's hand heavily, and said with a smile, congratulations to Wei Shanjun, we have to hold another night tour banquet that everyone wants. On the other side of Luopa Mountain, Xiao Mo appeared in the bamboo building and asked, young master, it's not a trivial matter for her to sneak out of Luopa Mountain. Do you really need me to follow her? Chen Pingon smiled and said, since she let you know about it on purpose, it's more useful if you don't go. Sword of Coming Chapter 997. The scenery of Jilin Peak Bamboo Tower is indeed beautiful. Back then, the bamboo tower was built here, and guests who have enjoyed the scenery here say that Qin Shanju is unique. Flocks of orioles in the mountains just sing, and the flying clouds outside the cliffs are like spring, and they turn into dragons and snakes face to face with people. Xiao Mo said, when Mr. Zheng returns to his hometown, it will be even more lively. Chen Pingon laughed for no reason. Zheng Dafeng said that my generation of scholars are reading old books, such as being small is better than a new marriage. Xiao Mo nodded and said, Mr. Zheng is a very talented and learned man. He is a man of learning who pretends to be eloquent. He is naturally different from a hypocrite who pretends to be a Taoist. Chen Pingon said, the last time I went to the liquor store in Feishing City, the old customers I met all said that Mr. Zheng's dirty words could serve the wine, and I, the second shopkeeper, were far away. Xiao Mo smiled and said, Mr. Zheng is open-minded, affectionate and righteous, but uninhibited. He is welcome wherever he goes. Walk with me. Chen Pingon threw a jug of wine to Xiao Mo, and the two of them carried the jug together and went to the top of the mountain, drinking while walking. The mountain protection formations of a top sect are often stacked formations, which complement each other and are blessed by layers, so they must be both offensive and defensive. Luopao Mountain now has 2 mountain protection formations, one of which belongs to the sword formation that has been pieced together one after another. Blessed by misfortune, Lao Guanzhu was a guest at Luopao Mountain and drank tea at the entrance of the mountain. It is estimated that he originally wanted to ask Luobaishan Xingshi to ask for guilt. Because of Chen Lingjun's rude words in the town, this never-forgiving Luobao the master of Tan Bixiao didn't care about anything with a little nascent soul water snake, so he had no choice but to use the mountain master Chen Pingon. There is no need to doubt the methods of the old master, let alone the courage of this great monk of the 14th realm. Invincible from the whole, able to forgive others but not forgiving, is never a compliment. Back then, when Xiaomao fled into Luobaotan, Bai Jing, who acted domineeringly like Jinsho, also needed to take the initiative to stop. It's just that without thinking about it, the old Guanju sent a picture of the true shape of the 5 sacred mountains instead. So that Wei Bo, who is Shanjun, wants to visit Luopao Mountain now, but it is only a few steps away, but he needs a customs clearance letter to not be so sloppy. No wonder Wei Shanjun couldn't help but joke with Xiaomi Mili when he was depressed, it was the most valuable bowl of tea in the world. This is not true at all. Not only did Lao Guanju not wear small shoes for Chenpingan, but he sent a real picture of the ancestors' level. Isn't it equal to 2 immortal soldiers? In the old mountain temple on the top of the mountain, there is a picture of the sword fairy brought back by Chenpingan from the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Chenpingan knows her temper best, and she can't beat her. Walking to the top of the mountain, Xiao Emote said with emotion, "Young master, it's really hard to come by for Luopa Mountain to have today's atmosphere." Chenpingan boasted to himself, "It's definitely a matter of diligence and thrift to keep a family." Taiping Shen once gave Chenpingan a map in the early years. Luopaishan has always suffered from not having a suitable flying sword, so that in the past few years, Chenpingan has been attacking the idea of hating the sword mountain in Beiju Luzhou. Fortunately, the last time I traveled to the wild hinterland, I passed by the Yuban city of the Yunwen dynasty. As a rising star and a master of Baozhai, the young hidden officer once again carried forward the tenet of my generation: thieves don't leave empty, just close when they see it. From the Taoist name Dubu, an Emperor Yipu, who is a wild and brand new ascension realm, got 12 flying swords and the coral pen holder used to put the flying swords. Chenpingan took the former into his pocket and the latter took come and do a long-term business with Lu Qin. In this way, the Taiping Mountain array is just matched with the 12 flying swords, which can be said to be seamless. The last time Tonggizhao held the next sect celebration, Lu Jinglong, as Chenping's best drinking friend, of course had to watch the Qingping Jianzong completion ceremony. He took his disciple by show and left Taihui Jianzong. On the way south, according to Chenpingan's request, Lu Jinglong first went to the capital of Dali to instruct Han Zhoujin, a formation master of the Earth branch, in his practice. The guy who is accustomed to throwing his hands at the shopkeeper has made a icing on the cake for the mirror images of the sword fairy heroes in the picture scroll who only have sword intent and no spiritual wisdom. The array map is used as the foundation of the dojo. 12 swordsmen and heroic spirits are selected, and their respective flying swords with similar kendos are selected, and they hold 12 flying swords, so that this attacking formation finally tends to be complete in a true sense. From the previous estimation by Chenpingan of can kill Yupu and shock immortals, it has been upgraded to can seriously injure an immortal who did not know beforehand. As for the Ascension Realm cultivator, don't come here to wander around and shake the prestige. Once you enter the Aquarius continent, you need to take the initiative to report the whereabouts with Dali imitating by Yujing. Besides, is there really no Ascension Realm in Luobao Mountain? It really irritated Lord Qin Shanju, but he really didn't talk about the morality of the rivers and lakes, and opened the door and closed the door to let the dog go. In addition, Wei Bo sneaked around the Dali court, and did not report to the Dali rights and records at all, so he directly opened the door for this sword formation, and enabled those sword-wielding heroes to freely travel to and from most of the Beiyue realm. Seeing that at the entrance of Piyin Mountain, Xing Dafeng and Wei Bo were communicating with each other. Xiao Imo joked, "We, Wei Shanjun, are typical good people with good rewards." After giving out the wooden box, Xing Dafeng and Wei Bo seemed to be hanging on each other's shoulders, but in fact they forced Wei Shanjun to climb the mountain together and went to drink at the Yufusi, which had the most virgin officials. As for whether Wei Shanjun will remind the officials of the UFU department in advance, and let them be careful about Jing Dafeng, it is unknown. Xiao Mo remembered something. I don't know where Xie Go heard the news that Wu Shanjun of Aquarius continent might get the seal of the Confucian temple. Son, is this true? Chen Pingan shook his head and said, it's really not clear. Brother Mao didn't mention this in the letter. I'll ask the Confucian temple when I look back. Nowadays, there is indeed an unconfirmed rumor in the vast world. It seems that the former lord of the 5 sacred mountains of the Great Li Kingdom, and now the lord of the 5 sacred mountains in Aquarius, may have the god title. As for who will be the abbot of the ceremony, it stands to reason that at least one should be the deputy leader of the Confucian temple, but it is very likely that when Xing came to Aquarius in person. If this is the case, then for Wei Bo, Jin Qing, and Fan Junmao, the honorable title of the Confucian temple is not only an honor, but also a real benefit. Bijou Cultivator has almost nothing strange to say about this matter. After all, Aquarius can deserve this treatment. At most, it is a joke at the same time. Beiyue Weibo's divine name must be the Night Tour. Beiyue Weibo, with a pure golden body, was the first mountain monarch in the history of Aquarius Island to ascend to the 5 realms. Later, the height of his golden body was improved, and his cultivation realm was equivalent to a fairyland. Senior brother Jun Qian used to sit in Luopao Mountain back then, and punched the enemy to meet the enemy. He once caused several golden rains to fall on the Beiyue boundary, and Wei Bo benefited a lot. If Wei Bo can raise the height of his golden body again with the thank you gift from Ningyao, the first mountain in the 5 realms of Aquarius Island, the first fairy realm, and the first mountain equivalent to the Ascension realm, this can be it is the Lianzhong Sanyuan, in the history of Izhou's landscape and officialdom. Because the gods are almost immortal, then Shanjun Wei Bo will become a veritable one who has never been seen before or since. Before Chen Pingan, a young hidden official, was born, the immortal mansion on the Aquarius Mountain and the chapels of various countries reached a consensus that the bottleneck of the cultivation realm depends on the current 3, immortal realm. Their final height is to stop here, or go further. Jian Xiu, let's see if Wei Jin, the Wind Snow Temple, which is already the great sword immortal, can enter the Ascension realm. The gods of the mountains and rivers must look at Wei Bo of Piyun Mountain, Yexiu of Shanzi, and Lu Laoqing of Shujian Lake. The 3 of them are the leaders who are at the forefront of their respective paths. These 3 roads are as if someone has already taken the lead in walking in the front, and the people behind only need to follow, and do not expect to be able to catch up, walk side by side, let alone catch up. Inchange copy Xuanda Xian marriage copy rotation umbrella standing on the edge of the cliff, Chen Pingan said softly, we all like to say such idioms as being condescending and building a high house. If the sea level is used as a ruler, the height of the land is higher in the northwest and lower in the southeast. In addition, the sea level is actually there is a subtle inclination, and the magnitude is only small, but this matter is never recorded in the book, and ordinary monks have no way of knowing it, and it is even more difficult to accurately measure. In Beipingzu, the topography of the land map is even more obvious that the north is high and the south is low. This is a common sense known on the mountain, so as a mountain king of Izhou, Fan Junmao is at a disadvantage. Izhou Qi Shishir, the reason why everyone thinks that Wei Bo is the most promising to become the first mountain and water whose golden body height is equivalent to the Ascension realm is not only that Wei Bo has an irresistible relationship with the Dali Song clan, occupying Ren but also this Piyun mountain, which has the most geographical advantage, is the mountain with the highest altitude on the entire Aquarius continent. When Chen Pingan said this, he wrapped his arms around his sleeves and raised his head, so this mountain is the closest to the sky. For the first time, Chen Pingan understood the value of gold and copper coins, and it was also due to the showing off of Fu Nanhua, an old dragon city. He used an ancient poem of unknown origin to describe this kind of fairy money. The water is clear or can be harvested, and the gold essence is not to be discussed. For the thank you gift from Ningyao, Xing Dafeng had already passed Chen Pingan before he went to Piyun Mountain to find Wei Bo. Ningyao asked Xing Dafeng to tell Chen Pingan 3 words. This is a gift I prepared for Pai Yunshan long ago. You and Lua Peishan can't always owe Wei Bo's favor. People don't care about it. It's not the reason why you, the mountain owner, don't care. This thing is much more valuable than gold refined copper coins, but you are the most unsuitable for refining this thing and giving it to Wei Bo, but it's just the right kind of charcoal in the snow. Wei Bo's character will only take care of Luo Pershan more. Just send it, don't feel bad, anyway, I will collect more gold and copper coins in the colorful world. This is the consistent style of Ning Yao's life. It is also a common habit that Chen Pingan has always adhered to since he knew her. If you have something to say directly, no matter it is a big or small matter, you would rather quarrel on the spot and make the other party unhappy, and never leave the slightest room for misunderstanding. Therefore, on the side of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, no matter what choice, Chen Pingan never concealed anything from Ning Yao. Facts have proved that this is the best way for him and Ning Yao to get along. Chen Pingan's face was full of pride, and he roughly repeated Ning Yao's words to Xiao Mo. Xiao Mo said with sincere admiration, Mrs. Shanju, she is really a good helper who is hard to find even with a lantern. Chen Pingan stretched out his sleeves, rubbed his chin, suddenly turned his head to look at Xiao Mo, and said with a sincere expression, Xiao Mo, don't participate in the next night tour banquet, don't join in this kind of fun, it's just booing and drinking, it doesn't make any sense. Xiao Mo snorted, and Chen Pingan just breathed a sigh of relief, but Xiao Mo said, then I'll ask you to help me bring the congratulations. Chen Pingan has no choice but to treat people with sincerity, but it doesn't mean that you, Xiao Mo, are too sincere. Xiao Mo immediately changed the subject and asked, Master, how's your boxing practice under the tree? Chen Pingan said, it's not difficult to break through the realm recently, but there are a lot of places that need to be grounded and repaired. After becoming a martial artist in the 5 realms, there is still a lot to grind. Xiao Mo smiled and said, under the tree, the heart is mellow, the stamina is strong, and the young master personally instructs the boxing method. Martial arts can definitely go a long way. Now that he talked about martial arts, Chen Pingan asked curiously, Xiao Mo, in those ancient times when the years were so prosperous, who could break up the cause and effect and fate of an earth immortal with boxing alone? To be precise, it's the kind of complete emptiness, not just the disappearance of the soul. Xiao Mo has always thought carefully, so he didn't rush to give an answer, and instead asked, young master's meaning is just to drive the Bodhi's muscles and bones, without using the slightest spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and simply use brute force, which is the so-called martial arts of later generations, to kill a person. Earth immortal, make it no longer in the afterlife, and completely soulitize. Chen Pingan nodded and said, almost. It turns out that the earliest original meaning of Abingjia means this. Xiao Mo thought for a while, and said slowly, the 10 nobles in the ancient world, including the patriarch of the 3 sects, aside from talking about it, fellow Taoist Bixiao can easily do it, and the first few scholars who followed the patriarch of the Holy Spirit, also not bad, plus the nameless person who woke up with me and by Jing this time. He also followed a few squires of about the same number in his early years, and his fists and feet were not light. Some. Chen Pingan was surprised, so many. Xiao Mo smiled and said, if you add the demon clan who were born in the primordial era, there will be even more. It's just that they often don't show up easily, because after there are many swordsmen in the world, they like to trouble them the most. Xiao Mo hesitated for a moment, and said, for example, Mr. Jun Qian's senior brother, he was born in a miraculous and extraordinary way. The sun, the moon, and the fluttering of wings only hate the avenues of low blue sky. If Mr. Jun Qian hadn't been dragged by the Buddha to discuss Taoism, infused with the nature of Buddhism and slightly changed his temperament, I estimate that in the ancient times of later generations, Mr. Zheng of Beidacheng's that preacher, he didn't even have a chance to kill a dragon. Xiao Mo continued, Master, I have a guess. Chen Pingan smiled and said, but it doesn't matter. Xiao Mo said, I guess the reason why the real dragons in the world rebelled out of the heaven back then was most likely that Mr. Jun Qian secretly made a promise with all the Dragon Palace Water Clan through the Buddha, similar to the contract not to hurt the dragon and Narcissus. Chen Pingan nodded, it should be the truth. Chen Pingan suddenly asked, Xiao Mo, according to the speculation on the mountain today, the 11 levels of martial arts can be roughly regarded as the 14 levels of Qi practitioners. Are you accurate? On the Taiping mountainside, Chen Pingan received a punch from a certain 11-level martial artist because of the gift of his great disciple. At that time, Chen Pingan, who was already in the top 10, could only stand up obediently and be beaten in the face of that half-punch, not to mention fighting back. Later, after knowing the truth of the half-punch for no reason, Chen Pingan was both funny and angry, but he could only eat Huanglian as a mute. After all, how could he be willing to teach Pei Qian half a sentence? What's more, Pei Qian was very thoughtful since he was a child, and Chen Pingan didn't plan to talk to her about this, lest she think too much. If a proud student was the culprit, Chen Pingan would not have to tie the neck of this big white goose. Xiao Mo shook his head and said, I don't know. You can ask Bai Jing about this. Today, Chen Ping's concentrated practice is nothing more than 3 things. Practicing swords, practicing boxing, drawing talismans. In the process of refining swords, it is mainly the natal supernatural powers of the 2 flying swords, Sparrow in the Cage, and Iguchi Moon. Chen Pingan tried to refine a long river of time in which the avenue runs in an orderly manner, making the small world more truth. As the martial arts climbed, it became more boring. Chen Pingan went back and forth and only practiced half a fist. The weird 11th realm fist on the top of the mountain is like a supreme boxing score. It was divided into 2 parts, and half of the slaughtered immortal was the first ancestor of the military family who sat in who had deliberately left the skin of Han Yushu. The other half, in the mountains and rivers of Chen Ping's own world, is equivalent to a half-punch. The mountains and rivers in the small world shake, and the mountains and rivers reroute. Every trace left is the way of fists. As for drawing the talisman, it takes a lot of time. Chen Pingan seems to be distracted. In fact, by studying the talisman, it is Chen Pingan's key hand to complement the existence of a series of ferry crossings and ferry passengers in the long river. Chen Pingan smiled and invited, let's go, show you some of my collections and how I practice. Xiao Mo had been looking forward to this for a long time, so he said, it's better to be respectful than to obey. Shrink the mountains and rivers with Xiao Mo and return to the bamboo building. Chen Pingan took the lead in stepping into the first floor of the bamboo building, which was not closed, and ripples appeared. Xiao Mo followed closely. The sky and the earth are vast and boundless as far as the eye can see. Chen Pingan asked with a smile, do I need to change the scene? I can directly move to a town demon building, or even Suishan, even to a mountain, enough to be fake. Xiao Mo smiled and shook his head, young master, you only need a futon. Chen Pingan pointed to Xiao Mo and joked, this is where you are inferior to the old cook and Pei Qian. As they spoke, a futon made in secret from Beiju Luzhou Saburo Temple appeared behind the 2 of them. Xiaomo sat cross-legged, and said with a face, there are some talents, if you can't learn it, you can't learn it. In Taiping Mountain, Tonggishao, I met Han Yushu, the sect master of Wanyao sect, on a narrow road. At that time, he was tricked by me. He was punched in vain. At least half of this immortal cultivator's possessions, including his life, were beaten into powder, failed to leave more treasures. However, Han Yushu's morality and spiritual energy are all integrated into this picture of mountains and rivers. Chen Pingon took out an ancient scroll painting from his sleeve, hovered in front of him, touched the white jade shaft with his finger, and there was an ancient ink painting of mountains and rivers. The 5 mountains and 9 rivers and 8 rivers are signed Mr. 3 Mountains and 9 Hours. Chen Pingon shook his sleeves again, and plucked out several treasures of Wan Yaozong's hidden treasures, one by one, hanging in front of him. A magic sword, Qingxia, ceremonial vessel, Yundan hidden with a puppet of an ancient god, and a purple gourd that can warm the true fire of Samadhi. In fact, there are also 2 basic landscape charms from Wan Yaozong's mountain, which are only passed down from generation to generation in the hands of the suzerain, and are not kept secret. Xiao Mo smiled and said, "For an immortal, sect Master Han is very wealthy." Chen Pingon nodded and said, "This is the background of the time-honored Zongmen." Chen Pingon pointed to the painting of mountains and rivers. "This painting is Wan Yaozong's mountain protection formation, and it is also Han Yushu's trump card. He must be older than Wan Yaozong." The founder of Wan Yaozong was a young woodcutter from Tonggizhao. He entered the Blessed Land by mistake and obtained this ancient picture scroll of the same age as the Sanshan Blessed Land, and then he was able to embark on the path of cultivation. It is said that Wan Yaozong was the most prosperous. At that time, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and all kinds of luck occupied half of the Blessed Land. It was just that when the ancestor wanted to go further, he failed in retreat and failed to enter the 14th realm. All the luck will be returned to the Blessed Land. As a result, Chen Pingon found Xiao Mo's interest only on the Taoist ritual vessel, and asked with a smile, "No?" This Taoist ritual vessel, Yuneo, known as Yundan in ancient times, is imitated from the gods used by ancient gods to travel through clouds and mists. According to the saying on the mountain, the clouds in the sky and the earth have cloud roots, and the rain has rain feet. There is a family in Baiyunsheng, and there is a family in the depths of Baiyun, just a word difference, there is a world of difference. The former is undoubtedly a true immortal who has accomplished Taoism, while the latter may be just a hermit. In later generations, Yuneo was mostly in the shape of a small gong. The one in front of me is a tall wooden frame, made of pine mingzi, a 10,000-year-old ancient wood, with a small mallet attached to it. Xiao Mo nodded and said, "I have looked up a few times before." The ancient Yunche priest, driving 5-color cloud carts, driving 6 dragons, riding the wind, entering and leaving the gate of heaven, crossing 3 mountains and 4 seas and 5 lakes, there is Kyushu under Qingyun Road. Chen Pingon waved his sleeves, and the pocket-sized cloud pad, which was the size of a slap, suddenly became as tall as a person, and the surrounding clouds rose. An obscure old saying, there are words in recitation, the palace of the cloud forest, the true immortal descends, the scene of the candle is empty, the spirit of the wind is fragrant, the gods are happy. After a while, there was no vision, and Chen Pingon put the mallet back on the wooden frame and said with a smile, "These more than 100-character mantras are copied from Han Yushu, and they are not wrong. Logically, there are no omissions. But he can command a goddess of heaven, I can't do it, I can't ask God." As for the meaning of the old sayings, Chen Pingon asked Cui Dongshan for advice afterwards and learned that Jiang Shangzhen, who asked first, didn't know after asking 3 questions, but Chief Zhou asked Chen Pingon how the goddess looked. Xiao Mo smiled and said, "Master, why don't I try it?" Chen Pingon nodded and said, "Just feel free to be polite to me." Xiaoma knows ancient language. Before on Fengyuan Ferry, Xiaoma taught the children Chai Wu, Bai Xian and King Sun Cheng the ancient secret arts in Taoism, and the 2 sides communicated in ancient words. But Chen Pingon really doesn't believe that Xiao Mo, a sword cultivator, can knock out a flower. As a result, Xiao Mo was also walking on the clouds, chanting those ancient mantras, and in an instant, a golden cloud condensed into a sea of golden clouds, from which he opened a pair of golden eyes, overlooking the earth. Xiao Mo immediately stopped, the sea of clouds gradually dissipated, and the owner of the pair of golden eyes turned into a pure spirit, and returned to the world. Chen Pingan immediately noticed the difference, and said suspiciously, "The mantra I recite has 6 syllables, which are different from yours. So why is it that I ask God to be ineffective?" Xiao Mo smiled, as if he was certain that his son could figure out the mystery, and he didn't need to explain himself. Chen Pingan knew immediately that Han Yushu deliberately made a few key syllables wrong. In the content of just over 100 words, Han Yushu misreads 6 words. There is no other explanation for this ratio, except for the kind of deliberately tricking people with sinister intentions. But if you only think about this layer, then Chen Pingan's all corners of the world will be gone for nothing. In ancient sacrificial texts, the words are like gold, and one word cannot be wrong. If this is the case, then Han Yushu can still invite the ancient priest. It must be because of some kind of heart, or according to some ancient ritual system, which is similar to the belly of the belly, light the heart incense, sing and worship God. Sure enough, Xiao Mo then taught Chen Pingan an ancient ritual that matched the mantra. He chose 9 Qi palaces, and the spiritual energy rose, like lighting an incense, and the incense curled directly to the heaven when reciting. At the same time, the spiritual energy tapped along the way. The walls and roads of the Qi mansion were drumming and kowtowing respectively. If it wasn't for this true inheritance, Chen Pingan would probably not be able to successfully please the gods to return, even if he beat Yunao here for hundreds of thousands of years. Xiao Mo said, if it wasn't for the master himself, who was so miraculous, he would replace it with an ordinary earthly cultivator, imitating sect master Han to ring the cloud tower. Chen Pingan was horrified and silent for a moment. I was careless. This is the sequelae after temporarily borrowing the 14-realm Dao Fa with Lu Qin. Climbing to the top makes the world small. Once the vision is high, the cultivator will have a wide-open mood. Naturally, this move has advantages and disadvantages. Lu Qin once used 2 analogies to describe the great cultivator's ascent in the world. Tiandi pills are large pieces, let me turn the hammer. Plant a tree on the top of the mountain and hang a book on the tree. But in fact, when Chen Pingan was alone, he mostly used the extremely tough Yunao to occasionally practice the magic drum beating style. Therefore, beating Yunao in the heaven and earth here is used by Chen Pingan as a kind of distraction. Xiao Mo began to explain why he stopped. Sir, I am a sword cultivator, and I have no desire to pray. Once the ceremony of asking the gods to come to the truth is completed, I must pay some price as a sacrifice to this Yunbu deity. Taste. Chen Pingan nodded and said, it's easy to ask God to send God off. Afterwards, Chen Pingan's thoughts moved slightly, and Xiao Mo saw a female cultivator standing in the air, wearing a purple robe, and the treasure was dazzling like the moon. The woman is alive, lifelike. Chen Pingan asked, she is the direct daughter of Han Yushu. Her name is Han Jiangshu. She is a Jade Realm. Xiao Mo, can you tell if she is a reincarnation of a god? Xiao Mo shook his head, unless I see her real body with my own eyes, I can't be sure. The image of the woman in front of her is, after all, just a phantom of skin and flesh. Xiao Mo added, however, the Jiangshu is one of the ancient divine trees, and it is similar to Xenia looking. Since she is Han Yushu's direct daughter, she was born as a sex fairy material on the mountain. The naming thing must not be too casual. I guess she is more likely to be the reincarnation of a god. Chen Pingan waved his sleeves lightly, and with Jing Zongyi's tens of thousands of tiny flying swords, he compiled a picture scroll, which was the confrontation between him and the goddess of heaven. An ancient goddess like Yunshi, standing on a white cloud, in the heaven and earth created by Han Yushu, Chen Pingan with a narrow knife hanging from his waist, and the goddess Siyun who controls the cloud. Facing each other from afar, he condensed a round of perfect moon with the qi of Wufu Quan, just like the way of the gods against the gods. A cloud tower has a total of 12 gongs and drums hanging, and the goddess beat the drums herself, manifesting 12 cloud seas covered with golden thunder and lightning, with a long golden line between them, and finally an execution platform was constructed. Xiao Mo is of course a person who knows goods. This kind of bizarre mirror and water moon has far exceeded the scope of copying and extension techniques on the mountain. The latter is just similar to the previous female cultivator Han Jiangshu. The current picture scroll is a veritable, second-class authentic work. In short, the true meaning of the goddess Taoism is a real reveal. It shows that the goddess is fake, and everything else is true. Just like the first edition of the book industry, the difference from the original manuscript, the latter can even be more beautiful. Xiao Mo thought of a sentence for no reason, his body and mind were free from shackles, but it was incredible. Seeing is believing, the world is called the world. Chen Pingan said, I speculate that the remaining broken golden body of this is equivalent to half the Ascension realm. It is probably the opportunity that Han Yushu is going to use to prove the Tao Ascension, so when I was fighting with me, such a killing a resolute cultivator in the immortal realm, only when it comes to how to use this broken god, there is a little hesitation in Tao Axian, and he is not willing to use her to burn jade with me. Young master, I still can't identify her exact identity. The only thing I can be sure of is this forbidden place. Xiao Mo calmed down and looked at the thunder pond and the sea of clouds, and said, it is one of the ancient execution platforms, Hualong Pond, which belongs to the division of Lei Bujian, Kansas. As for why she and Yuneo fell into the hands of Wan Yaozong, at the same time, being able to control the Hualong Pond across borders is a mystery. The division of labor in the heavenly court is very clear, and there is no room for any difference. Why does this happen? It is estimated that we have to find an opportunity to sneak into the blessed land of the three mountains before we can find clues. Hualong Pond. In the past, people from all over the world who passed through the Dragon Gate turned into dragons here, and the punished real dragons who were tortured by cramps and skins fell here. Chen Pingan sat cross-legged, frowned slightly, and tapped his thumbs lightly. I remember the first time I traveled to Beiju Luzhou, I once spent 20 pieces of snow in the mural city of Pima Zone to buy a box with 5 pictures of goddesses. The 5 goddesses who had changed from painted murals to line drawings at that time were named Changshu, Baogai, Genoderma lucidum Chuangguan, and Zhankan. Among them, the goddess Zhankan was also called Xianzhang. They hold a long golden lotus lantern, hold a treasure cover, hold a Lingji Rui in their arms, birds fly in the flowers, wear armor and hold an axe. They are extremely heroic, and they are surrounded by lightning. Chen Pingan had not doubted before that this goddess, who is closely related to Wan Yaozong's Han Yushu Avenue, was born in the city of murals. It just seems that the time is not right. The Pima sect is the next sect of the foreign forces that took root in Beiju Luzhou, and they rushed to the mural city. The founder of Wan Yaozong entered the Sanshan blessed land by mistake, but it was a very early thing. Unless it is a possibility, a certain goddess has cast a blind eye. In fact, she has already left the mural city, but the painted image has cast a secret method and cannot fade. In the past 1,000 years, the 9 goddesses began to choose their respective masters one after another. According to the stalking and tracing of the monks on Luzhou Mountain in Beiju, the 5 goddesses who left the murals, Chuangguan, disappeared, and 1 died in battle. Sword Immortal Bai Shang personally beheaded, and there were 2 goddesses and the master to solve it together, and this one was suspected by Chen Pingan most likely to be the Yunbu Tianguan who beheaded the goddess, but it didn't match at all, because she always existed in Beiju Luzhou's vision, because this goddess was the attendant of a monk in the immortal realm. This person who attained the Tao was not a sword cultivator. According to the records from the Summer Palace, she also followed the master to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. In the underground palace of the Mural City, the goddess beheaded. Chen Pingon stretched out his hand and raised his arm, with the extra narrow knife in his hand. Unsurprisingly, the goddess of Lei Buzhankhan, commonly known as the fairy staff, ran towards the execution platform fetish in Chen Pingan's hands. As for the narrow knife, it was the white-haired boy who brought it to the Great Wall of Sword Qi from the Qingming Tianxia Suiju Palace in his early years. Chen Pingan nodded, put away the two picture scrolls, but left the sea of clouds behind. He let out a sigh of relief, and a vision appeared, as if the white clouds were born in the room of immortals boasting. In the Benming Water Mansion where the water word seal was placed in peace, a green talisman was slowly drawn out. The water transport was strong and pure. When this talisman came out, the water was gleaming and the square was clear. After Chen Pingon sacrificed this talisman, he explained, it is said that Wan Yaozong used 6 token treasures as a symbol of the monk status. The suzerain got 3 of them, and the rest were divided up by the 3 inner veins. This treasure is the one of the 6 secret talismans of Wan Yaozong's Spit is Jiang talisman. According to the records in the Book of Pills, the magic of the talisman is not on paper, but needs to be integrated with the cultivator Jin Dan and Yuaning. For example, on the walls of the Dan room, the stone is inscribed, which is a higher level. Is to set up a monument in the Qi cave house through a Yuaning, use Yuanshan to control the illusory, pure green furnace, and write sacrificial texts that are older than Taoist green words. Qi practitioners in a small world, carving talismans on stone, erecting monuments and chronicles, can be regarded as the true meaning of ancient talismans. The talisman drawn in this way is considered to be a cultivator's own property, uniquely created by heaven and earth, and not far from the Tao. Therefore, Chen Pingon never felt that he had entered the room together with Fu Lu, and he was still far from it. Bai Yujing enshrines several great classics known as the foundation of the Tao, one of which is called Shuafu, but it is not as famous as Lu Chen's Huang Ting, and is not widely circulated. The authentic Book of Pills that Li Shixing presented to Chen Pingon is like a carefully cut abbreviated version of said Fu. I know it's a good thing, but I've never dared to refine this talisman. I was afraid that Han Yushu would be unpredictable and move his hands and feet early, or he had ulterior motives. Zhang Zushan's talisman is refined for the opponent. Chen Pingon said, through evolution and dismantling, and pushing back all the way, I have a general understanding of the cultivation process of this secret talisman. The monk first built a deep well in his own water house, and the 4 characters Edict of the Rain Master were engraved in a circle around the well. The well must be tilted slightly inward, with a high outside and low inside, which is similar to the patio that every household in the town has. There is an emphasis on the 4 waters returning to the church. About every 60 years, on the winter solstice, find a river and a giant lake with abundant water transportation, take a bucket of water, divide it into 4 parts, and pour the 4 characters of Rain Master Edict respectively. The word for rain is in the middle, the word for teacher is written down, and the word for imperial is the last stroke, so that the last stroke of the word will flow into the well. Because it is in its own small world, everything can be done at will without breaking the rules. Between Chen Pingon and Xiao Mo, a water well emerged out of thin air. The 4 characters of the Rain Master's order were engraved on the wellhead. As the saying goes, well water does not violate river water, but since ancient times, cultivating Taoism, cultivating immortals, seeking longevity, reversing yin and yang, ignoring the dark and bright paths. This is generally recognized as a trip against the sky. On the summer solstice of the coming year, the monks twisted the talisman into the world, and with the help of the scorching sun and yang energy, they took advantage of the scorching sun. The water talisman, as a tribute to this talisman, the monks swallowed a bucket of water like a whale, creating a scene of waterfalls pouring from the sky to the ground in the human world, hitting the bottom of the well to dig deeper. After dozens of jiazi, 100 jiazis drops of water piercing stones, this well can be inspired by the waters of the 5 lakes, 4 seas, 9 rivers and 8 rivers in the outside world. The monks hold talismans and recite mantras, such as holding the laws of the sky, the law, the heavens, the earth, and the mouth. Tianxian, of course, borrowing water is not a hindrance. The water of the surging rivers can cover the sky and the sun, enough to cover the mountains and turn the land into the sea. I saw a bucket of water, hanging high in the sky, with a line hanging down, with the turbulent momentum of a waterfall pouring down, and after it fell straight into the well, there was thunder in the well. Xiao Mo said with a smile, with this method, after seeing merit for a long time, when you open your mouth and spit out a talisman, you can pour out a river. It's a veritable spit to drown people. Chen Pingan nodded and said, Chief Shou also used such a metaphor at the time. No wonder the two of you haven't even met, and there's already an invisible Dao battle. Jiao Lao Shenxian once sighed with emotion at the wine table. It's not that the poor do not miss Chief Shou's old feelings, but that Mr. Mo is too kind. Cui Dongshan is even more amazing. If you don't come back, Chief Shou, just don't come back. Chen Pingan said, the fly in the ointment is that the most valuable part of this talisman is the material itself, which can carry layer upon layer of Taoism. Therefore, it can only be passed down from generation to generation, and the power of the talisman will become larger and larger, and the upper limit is extremely high. It can almost touch the origin of the water method, but it cannot be copied, let alone mass production. Xiao Mo said, since the crux of the problem is only in the material of the talisman, it is not difficult. The sun just needs to make it clear that I will reunite with fellow Daoist by Xiao in the future, and I can ask this fellow Daoist for something. Chen Pingan smiled and shook his head. If you owe someone's favor, don't owe the favor of this old master. Xiao Mo said, don't worry, young master, I am an exception. Chen Pingan choked for a while. Xiao Mo never speaks loudly. It was the trip to the blessed land of lotus flowers that year, which made Chen Pingan feel terrified when he thought of this old Taoist priest of the Taoist temple in the East China Sea. The Taoist heart is dusty. To put it simply, Chen Pingan already has a psychological shadow on the old guard. This is similar to the state of mind of a cultivator of the Dali branch, who often thinks of the young hidden official. Chen Pingan also sacrificed an ancient talisman that also came from Wanyaozong's mountain, manifesting an ancient mountain named Taishan. There are as many mountain talismans in the world as ox feathers, with complex veins, and the soil is formed into a mountain. Swirl a small amount of soil in the Qi palace, recite the mantra incantation, give the true meaning, throw it on the ground, and it will become a mountain, standing out of thin air between heaven and earth. Among them, the most powerful lineage is recognized as moving mountains, with the great mountains in the world, borrowing the true shape and using it to smash people, which is very powerful. 2 ancestral talismans form a pattern of water surrounding the mountains. Xiao Mo recognized the foot of the mountain at a glance, and said, it used to be the place where Mr. Sanshan Jiuho taught the talisman to all Taoists who could climb mountains, but this gentleman is different from the Taoist Xianwei, and the threshold is very high. The law has always been passed down lightly to outsiders. There are many obstacles in the mountains, and most Taoist priests can't get up. It seems that the landscape barrier breaking talisman of later generations was researched by the Taoists in this way. I have traveled to this mountain before. Of course I forced my way to the top with sword qi, but the gentleman had already left at that time. It is said that he had a fight with the sword cultivator, one of the 10 richest men in the world. If you don't go, the master feels that it is not suitable for cultivation, so he will go down the mountain and travel. As for the outcome of that fight, the outside world does not know. Taoist priests, scholars, gentlemen, and masters, in ancient times, were all titles with extremely high gold content. Chen Pingan smiled and said, "No wonder the future generations want to become a cultivator of talisman, the threshold is so high, and the difficulty is second only to becoming a sword cultivator." Han Yushu once followed a golden calligraphy tactic passed down by the founder of the mountain, and used the Taishan mountain as a talisman to draw golden silk threads on the mountain to increase the Taoism of an ancient mountain. The mountains are covered with hundreds of golden rivers and streams, descending from the top of the mountain to the foot of the mountain. At that time, Chen Pingan was under Han Yushu's eyelids, drawing scoops according to the gourd, and now learning and using them, so that Han Yushu concluded that Chen Pingan must have been in contact with the side branches of the Sanshan talisman. 2 ancestral talismans, plus the Sea of Clouds. The Sea of Clouds was at the bottom, the mountains were hanging upside down, and the water was in the middle. Chen Pingan and Xiao Mo were still sitting on the futon, so the scene they saw in their eyes was turned upside down. Chen Pingan reluctantly said, "I have already seen that it is a kind of overlapping talisman, but there is no evidence, no trace, and no thread, just like knocking on the cloud, there is no unique secret to assist, or whatever. I can't learn." Chen Pingan's fingers swayed, and strands of golden light appeared on his fingertips, and finally he copied out an ancient talisman secretly passed down by Wan Yaozong, which was both a mountain talisman and a sword talisman. It's just that compared to the previous 2 Zushan talismans, which were real objects, the current talisman was made by Chen Pingan out of thin air. This is a golden talisman paper with 5 ancient mountains painted on it. It is a rare 5-colored soil that is used every time a talisman is used, and 1 tael is lost in the world. The word 5 sacred mountains is used as a character gallbladder. The cultivator sacrificed this talisman, like 5 mountains hanging upside down in the air, the peaks like the tip of a sword, pointing straight at the earth. Chen Pingan said, "This 5 sacred talisman has a prefix of the word big on the mountain, which is specially used to distinguish the 5 sacred talismans that are common in later generations. In addition to the special talisman paper, this 5 sacred talisman has a strange place. It is the use of sword art as a talisman, so it has the effect of a sword talisman. It is certain that there must be an ancient sword lineage that is temporarily unknown in that Wan Yaozong Patriarch's Hall." According to Jiang Shangzhen's estimation, this kind of talisman, known as the Great 5 Mountain Talisman, has become a masterpiece because of the disappearance of the East Mountain in the old 5 mountains. Talisman Yushuan, Tianshi Mansion on Longhu Mountain, Talisman Library, one of Liu's 16 libraries in Ai continent, as well as some 5 sacred talismans that have been preserved for many years. Altogether, the number will not exceed 30. It is rumored that Dongshan is a mountain city that does not need to be misty, and it will drift away with the long river of time. Student Chui Dongshan, with such an obvious connection, Chen Pingan of course asked him if he had any connection with the Dongshan. Chui Dongshan said it decisively at the time. He named himself Dongshan, just asking for a good omen. One day, the East Mountain will rise again. It has nothing to do with the ancient mountain, East Mountain. Xiao Mo asked, "Can't you just settle for the next best thing and use the soil of the 5 mountains of various countries to refine the cinnabar as a talisman?" Chen Pingan shook his head and said, "I tried it, but it didn't work. It didn't work if I used the soil of the 5 sacred mountains of our Aquarius continent." When he was young, he was an apprentice as a kiln worker and often followed Master Yao into the mountains. Chen Pingan's understanding of the nature of earth is far better than that of ordinary Qi practitioners. It can only be the 5 ancient mountains that borrowed soil from Haoran, but these 5 mountains, now only Suishan, the other Taishan and Dongshan are too hard to find. Maybe Sui Mountain and Jui Mountain after the old 5 mountains can refine this talisman, but we have to take away the handful of soil attached to the root of the mountain with the gods of the great mountains. Easier said than done. It is said that Fu Lu Yuxuan had such a plan very early back then, and he managed to gather enough soil from the 4 mountains, but he still fell short. Yu Xian is already highly respected and respected enough, but in the end, he still traveled around Suishan with the divine named Dejia, and ate behind closed doors. Not. Divine sovereign travels around without nodding. Therefore, Chen Pingan can only copy this talisman in his own little world. In the Cave Heaven Dojo in Misufeng, Chen Pingan has tried no less than 100 times to draw a talisman with talisman paper. Whenever the talisman is completed, it will dissipate in an instant, and it will fall apart in an instant. Instead, the talisman gallbladder burst directly, causing the entire talisman paper to smash on the spot. After all, Xiaomo is not familiar with Fu Lui, so he is inevitably puzzled. Young master, since you already have a long river of time, why do you study Fu Lu so intensively? This is the first time that Chen Pingan has proposed to outsiders the specific ideas and details of his construction of this world. This world is divided into 4 layers. The first layer is the long river of time that has created various scenes of heaven and earth, which are infinitely close to reality. In the blinding method, the person who was asked about the sword is here. In order to find my real body, the barrier must first be broken. During this period, any action, every breath, every step, every sword and sacrifice, magical treasures, etc., the spiritual energy consumed by myself is naturally attributed to me. I plan to go to Tongya continent next time, take a trip to Zhenyaolu, and buy those sycamore leaves with Qingtong hidden in them. Qingtong's phoenix tree leaves have the mystery of 1 leaf and 1 Bodhi. As long as there are more than one, it really has the magical effect of Hengsha world. Second floor, after he breaks the barrier, he still needs to ask the whole world or ask the sword. Together with the talisman, I use to stabilize the barrier of the heaven and the earth, so I will refine hundreds of thousands, even if there are millions of talismans, the rank of the talisman paper does not matter whether it is higher or lower, and wins by quantity. Of course, it is better to have such a large talisman. It is better to continuously strengthen the avenues such as the mountain roots and water veins, cloud roots and rain feet of the heaven and earth, and finally achieve that kind of great realm where the river of time is long, the water is long and the sky is limited, and the mountains are solid and the soil is immortal. Is there any 300 gold and copper coins in the treasury of Chuanfu? The width and depth of this long river of time is really a world of difference. The way of the world is the same. The way to go is the same. If you go back to the source, the ultimate way is probably that a tree blooms with thousands of flowers. The Tao tree has low branches, which are within reach, and the technique is easy to learn. The Tao tree has high branches, and the threshold for cultivation is also high, which is unattainable. Chen Pingan sat on the futon, with a narrow knife on his knees, his hands clenched against his knees, and his eyes were full of energy. On the 3rd floor, I will visualize 3 key figures who sit in the hub of heaven and earth, a sword repairer, and a knight tour on his back. A warrior, holding slaying and execution. Having said this, Chen Pingan grinned. For outsiders to enter this world, if they want to see my real body, it's like burning 3 incense sticks first and passing 3 levels. Xiao Mo was silent for a long time and asked, "Young master, the last floor?" Chen Pingan smiled and said, "Keep it a secret for now." On the side of Nujiata Baozhai, separated from the man who claimed to be the uncle of Qin Shanju, Hong Yangbua and the maid continued to stroll around the shop. From the old man's point of view, the business here is indeed a bit deserted, and it is too inconsistent with the location of such an important hub as Nujiadu. If their own King Fanfang is opened here, it must be a scene of overcrowding every day. Hong Yangbua asked with a smile in his heart, "Master, what do you think of this state? The peach blossoms outside the bamboo, the artemisia are all over the ground, the young chi is startling the sting, and the time is warm." The young woman who was respectfully called the owner by the old man said, "The scenery in Chuzhou is good, but even if you are in it, you will inevitably feel cramped." The old man nodded in agreement. Even if Longquan Jianzong moved out of Chuzhou, there are still many hilltops and immortal mansions here. For the qi cultivators from outside the hometown, it is really constrained, and there is a feeling of being under the fence wherever they go. Just the fact that Yu Feng needs to hang the sword talisman makes the cultivator from the foreign country feel very uncomfortable. They disembarked at Nujiata this time, and they went to Luopa Mountain to visit the young hidden official. If they wanted to send a letter to Jiaisfeng, they would be able to invite Chen Pingon. King Fufang felt that it was useless. Maybe Luo Peishan will be regarded as the kind of character who does not know the importance in etiquette. The two walked into a shop that sold many potted plants including orchids. Hong Yangbua has been doing business in the room on the second floor of Qingquanfang for nearly 80 years. As if in a blink of an eye, a few glasses of wine are just 100 years in the past. The old man met Chen Pingon 3 times, and saw with his own eyes that he changed from a young man with a sword on his back with a wine jug to a young ranger wearing a hat, and then to the unhappy mountain master. When Chen Pingon was on the second floor, she happened to wipe the ancient sword in the cold room on the third floor. She was keenly aware of the strangeness downstairs. At the door of the shop, a man in a blue shirt stood, clasped his fists and said with a smile, "Mr. Hong, sweet girl." The acting shopkeeper of this shop is a young female cultivator from Zhuchai Island, but according to her seniority, she is the junior Liuxia manages to clear. The woman introduced herself with a smile and said, "Sorry Qin Shanzhu, I am the current shopkeeper of Qingfanfang. My real name is Zhang Kaichin, Gong Changzhang, multicolored color, watercress she celery." When Chen Pingon left Qingfufang, he once looked back while walking on the street, and when he saw this woman standing by the railing, it was already certain that she was a sword cultivator with hidden qi. In the backyard of the shop, there is a special house for entertaining guests. Tea and drinks are prepared. Chen Pingon made tea and entertained the guests himself, jokingly said, "Mr. Hong is really hard to invite. Today is an unexpected joy." Hong Yangbua said with a smile, "If Master Chen just invited me to be a guest on Luopa Mountain, how could I refuse again and again? But Master Chen is blatantly digging the wall, how dare I agree?" After all, he had met the young Chen Pingon. The key was that the two sides had done business several times, so the old man was even more relaxed and more casual than Zhang Kaichin. Hong Yangbua asked, "The two friends who traveled to the Longshan ferry with Shanzhu Qin. Are they members of the Luopao mountain genealogy?" The bearded swordsman is named Su Yuanxia. Chen Pingon smiled and said, "The young Taoist priest is called Zhang Shanfeng. They are all good friends that I met by chance in my early years. They are not members of Luopao mountain genealogy. I would not be happy to ask him to come to Luopao mountain. One is similar to Mr. Hong and already has a teacher from the mountain, so I don't dare to dig a wall. The real fire dragon who lay on the ground peak has a high prestige in Beiju Luzhou, and no one can compare it on the mountain. Zhang Shanfeng is this old real person's lover again. How dare Chen Pingon dig a foot in the wall, not to mention the old real person. Several brothers of Zhang Shanfeng in Yuanlingdian can come to Luopao mountain to block the door." Huolongzhenren is famous for being kind to people, and there are countless titles of guest officials, both named and anonymous. But the old master will always remind you, don't spread the word about being a guest minister for you. Of course, if you have a problem, you will come to Pitafeng to find a poor man. If you can help, you will definitely help. At the beginning, there was still an immortal master who was complacent and felt that he could invite the old real person to be his own guest. Not to mention the only one, it was always one of the few benefits. As a result, I got together with my good friends on the mountain, got drunk, and when we chatted, we slipped our tongues, only to realize that something was not right, and looked at each other in dismay. You are. The same to you. Are you still? It was all. As a result, Pitifeng was stunned that there was not even a cross-continental ferry, and every person would say something, the poor road is poor. The real people of Beiju Luzhou Fire Dragon are impoverished, the Taihui Jianzong Lu Jinglong's wine table is invincible, and the night tour banquet of Weishanjin in Beiyue of Aquarius is so famous that it has long been not limited to one continent. Hong Yongbui said sternly, this time, the owner and I made a special trip to find Lord Qin Shanju. Chen Pingan handed tea to the two of them, nodded and smiled. Mr. Hong said it straight, they are not outsiders. Hong Yongbui said, our King Fufang is located at the Xianjia Ferry in Dilong Mountain, and the real owner of this ferry is actually the royal family of Qingxing Kingdom, because it is located south of Dadu. According to the agreement, the Lu family of Qingxing Kingdom took off the big family Li's status as a vassal state. After the reunification of the country, the new national teacher is a good friend of mine on the mountain. I have known each other for more than 100 years, and I know the basics. I blame me for greed for cups, and I can't keep my mouth shut, and he boasted that I was old acquaintance with Qin Shanju. It is estimated that he will go to Emperor Liu's side to ask for credit, and it just so happens that His Royal Highness the Prince of Qingxing will hold a crown ceremony in the middle of the year, and His Majesty the Emperor hopes that Lord Qin Shanju can take time out of his busy schedule to participate in this ceremony. Zhang Kaiqin hesitated for a while, because it was not the case. She took the initiative to talk to the Emperor Liu of Qingxing Kingdom about this matter. She and His Majesty the Emperor felt that they could come to Luopa Mountain and have a try. When I traveled to the Beiyue boundary, Chen Pingan is so old-fashioned, just with such a subtle expression of Zhang Kaiqin, he immediately guessed it, but pretended not to know the truth, and agreed with a smile, no problem. Chen Pingan also added a half-joking sentence, if Mr. Hong is really worried and afraid that I will forget, just send a letter to Jiasfang a few days before the celebration, and it will be a reminder to me about this. Now that the business has been negotiated, the big stone in my heart will fall. Zhang Kaiqin expressed her sincerity and clenched her fists with the master Qin Shanju. Chen Pingan had no choice but to return the salute with a smile and clasped fists. Don't be so polite, it's just me making amends for the previous digging. In fact, Zhang Kaiqin was not very hopeful about inviting Chen Pingan to participate in this ceremony. The other party refused, not even lofty or inhumane, but a lot of things. For example, there are many hills and Dharma lineages in a Xianfu sect. An old patriarch of the patriarchal hall was invited to attend a ceremony on a certain peak, and then the other peaks and peaks followed the invitation. Don't show up. So either don't go at all, or it's easy to take care of one thing and lose the other, or you'll be attending ceremonies with various names all day long, and don't think about pure cultivation. Our owner, when we were young, we met a wandering master who got the 4-character prophecy of Earth Immortal Sword Cultivator. Hong Yongbui took the initiative to mention one thing. As for the businessman's skills and management methods, although the owner does not pay much attention, it still delays the practice, otherwise most of the prophecies have already been spoken. She was a little helpless. Why should she tell outsiders about this? Especially this, Earth Immortal, may be worth a little money in Jingyang Mountain, but what is it in Chen Pingan's Luo Pao Mountain? Chen Pingan moved slightly in his heart and said, I take the liberty to ask, was the passerby a man or a woman? As for complimenting Zhang Kaiqin's aptitude and his future achievements, I will avoid it. Both parties here are people who are used to doing business. They are hypocritical when they say it, and it will not be pleasant to listen to. Because of the secrets involved, Hong Yongbui was not suitable to speak, so he turned his head to look at the host. Zhang Kaiqin did not hide, and said, "It's a woman with an unremarkable appearance, Jingchai cloth skirt. She used to tell fortunes for several elders of the family, and she was very accurate. Everything I said came true." After that, I really quickly cultivated a flying sort of life, pretending to be an umbrella. In fact, this unknown master of the world also presented Zhang Kai-chin with a gift, which was a square inkstone, carved with dragon patterns, and the inscription, "Dragon must be able to ward off heat." The woman also leaked the secret and predicted that Zhang Kaikin's biggest cultivation practice in her life was in the word cicada shedding. Chen Pingan nodded lightly and smiled casually. "If I'm not mistaken, the so-called Earth Immortal does not mean the current Jin Dan and nascent soul, but the immortals in the upper 5 realms. The realm, as the old saying goes, specifically describes a terrestrial who lives in the human world." It was indeed Tian Wan's fault. It is very likely that Tian Wan was attracted to Zhang Kaikin's aptitude, but was unwilling to take it to Xingyang Mountain like Su Jia and hand it over to others to cultivate. Moreover, Su Jia's special status was an indispensable and important link. It is estimated that Tian Wan. "Do you plan to collect Zhang Kai-chin as the heir, or recommend it to Bai Shang to earn a favor for himself?" Chen Pingan asked suddenly. "The Shizai post, in Mr. Hong's shop, but this master left it on purpose." Zhang Kai-chin and Hong Yangbua looked at each other, not knowing why Chen Pingan asked this question. This copybook is well known on Beipingzu Mountain. It was once the calligraphy treasure of a native swordsman in the ancient Shu world. It belonged to his proud work before he preached the Tao. No old-fashioned introverted intent. The painting that Hong Yangbua sold to Chen Pingan is of course a copy, but the writing is very close to the original, very ancient, and it belongs to the double hook method. First outline the hollow characters and then fill in the ink, so that the handwriting of Shizai Tai is like the slew of an autumn cicada. This method is often used in the world's treasure post-method calligraphy to copy the stone. Chen Pingan didn't continue to talk about this copybook, and then continued to chat. Hong Yangbua said that he would go to the land of Jiangyi with his boss soon, because an old friend met, and when they returned to the south, they would go to Luopao Mountain as a guest. Chen Pingan did not keep them and sent them to the door of the shop. The two walked towards Nujiadu, and Zhang Kai-chin couldn't help sighing. "I learned it, no water leaks." Especially the reminder that seems to be a reminder to Hong Yangbua is the real essence of the world. It means that he is definitely going to participate in the celebration, otherwise Chen Pingan doesn't have to say this sentence at all. This is a reassurance for the two uninvited guests. Furthermore, the next time Fei Jian sends a letter to Ji Sifeng, it can be King Fufang, or it can be Qingxing Kingdom rights. In this way, it means that King Fufang helped Lu of Qingxingguo and truly established a personal relationship with Luopao Mountain. It belongs to Chen Pingan, who gave Qingchuan Fang an extra favor. It may not be regarded as a timely rain, but it can definitely be regarded as the icing on the cake. Now that he has decided to participate in the ceremony, Luopao Mountain is like pushing the boat with the current. No matter how much more face is given to Qingxingguo, on the surface, at least in the eyes of the outside world, it is the Emperor of Qingxingguo who invited the young hidden officials to visit the capital. It's just a seemingly superfluous letter. Luopao Mountain, King Fufang, and Qingxing Kingdom's court, all three parties are very happy. Hong Yangbua smiled and said, "Fortunately, Master Chen Shan is a good person." Zhang Kai-chin laughed dumbly. After sending Hong Yangbua and Zhang Kai-chin out, Chen Pingan did not leave the shop, but returned to the backyard room and packed up the tea set. The girl's face was flushed, and one hand clenched the corner of her clothes. She complained that she was not clever, and she needed to be cleaned up by Chen Shanju herself. The name was given by the patriarch, "I am the Zhuchai Island cultivator." As soon as the words were spoken, the girl almost stomped her feet without annoyance. How could Lord Qin Shanju not know that he came from the back of the clawfish? Aren't they all taking care of the shops in Nujiadu Baozhai? Chen Pingan nodded lightly and asked with a smile, Lon Rai, who is your master? Lon Rai is the name of the boat. Lu Daozhu is still very talented. The girl smiled and said, Master's name is Luopu, and now he is practicing in the blessed land of Qin Shanzhu. Chen Pingan smiled and said, This shows that your master's aptitude is very good. Lon Rui nodded vigorously. It's her master, a must. After Chen Pingan left Nujiadu, his figure turned into a rainbow, and he disappeared in a flash. He came directly to Huanghu Mountain and saw the earth dog squatting by the water. Chen Pingan squatted down, rubbed its head, restrained his smile, and said, It's hard for you. Since it has not yet been refined, it can no longer be regarded as a Taoist friend. It grinned and shook its tail. In the past, that little black charcoal lived in the small town school, and every day after school was when she was in the best mood. Next to him was a little girl in black who was the right guardian of Riding Dragon Lane, and a left guardian of Riding Dragon Lane who was walking with his tail between his legs. Pei Qian likes to swagger when he walks, crossing the streets and alleys. As long as there are no outsiders nearby, he often likes to shout loudly. Walking arrogantly, the enemy is flustered. Whoever dares to stand in the way, beat him away with a stick. If it is a friend, if they meet, kill the dog, I will eat meat and drink soup for you. The rhyme is quite rhyme, but it doesn't take care of the dog's feelings at all. The bleak years of the unbearable past are unspeakable. Even if he had been able to speak a long time ago, he would not speak. As soon as you speak, is it still good? Knowing about it by Pei Qian, he doubted whether he would be hung up and beaten by Pei Qian. At that time, every time Pei Qian taught Zhou Mili a lesson, it was the mantra, Millet, we can't be too left-handed to protect the Dharma as a human being, and our tails are raised to the sky. Occasionally, the three of them squatted at the door of the shop in Kalongxiang, basking in the sun and eating melon seeds. Pei Qian often talked about her dangerous and colorful resume, and some truths that were definitely impossible to verify, such as, my master once had a relationship with her. I once said a wise saying, money is hard to earn and is bad. Man, teach me a set of mad swordsmanship. Fortunately, the millet is still protecting it, otherwise it will really run away from home, let alone riding the dragon lane, the town will not stay. Chen Pingan asked with a smile, have you thought about your real name? It lowered its head, meaning it already had a real name. Chen Pingan stood up with a little regret, then I want help with the name. As he was about to leave Huanghu Mountain, Chen Pingan couldn't help being curious and asked, what's your name? It lifted its foot and swiped on the ground. 2 words were written, and the handwriting was quite similar. Han Lu. Chen Pingan nodded and smiled, it is indeed a good name. Without returning directly to Luopa Mountain, Chen Pingan went to Yuanmu Peak first. The old cook was working as a carpenter, holding a piece of log, squinting his eyes and preparing to play ink, and there were wood flowers planed everywhere at his feet. Seeing Chen Pingan, the old cook smiled and said, why is your son here? Chen Pingan rolled up his sleeves and smiled, I'm not just hanging out, I'll help you. The white-haired boy rushed to the wind, rushed forward, rolled on the ground several times before jumping up, stood still, and patted the dust on his body, ancestor hidden official. I want to report an important piece of information to your old man, thank you. The dog has quietly left the borders of Chuzhou. Chen Pingan sneered, it's all from the same sect, so you are so loyal. The white-haired boy stomped his feet and said, that's what loyalty and righteousness are difficult to achieve. Isn't this a tricky thing to do? Loyalty and righteousness, be loyal to the front, and righteousness to the back. Zhu Lian nodded in agreement and said, it makes sense and it makes sense. When you turn around and engrave the word loyalty on your forehead, with one hand on the heart and one hand on the back of your hand, Hiboyuntian, when you go out for a walk, you will be powerful. The white-haired boy complained, "Old cook, why are you talking so unpleasantly, with a strange accent, and you don't know who to learn from? It's okay to learn how to talk and how to behave from our ancestors." Ah. It's said that the moon is the first to get the moon near the water tower. It's better for you to do everything. You stay by the hidden official ancestor who is like the house of Jilan every day. Zhu Lian still nodded and said, "It's reasonable, you're right. If you quarrel with you, even if I lose." The white-haired boy put his hands on his hips. He wanted to start scolding, but after thinking about it, let it go. A quarrel is destined to be no match for this old cook. Chen Pingan said angrily, "Don't drag Guazhuzhou to fool around with you." The white-haired boy looked resentful, aggrieved, and sniffed, "I'm not thinking of breaking into the enemy's interior, I'm willing to cut my body, I don't hesitate to walk through the Longtan Tiger Cave and the Daoshan Fire Sea, and I'll get acquainted with that Shiego first, that's fine." I gave a tip to the hidden official ancestor. Chen Pingan laughed angrily, "Then I have to thank you." The white-haired boy raised his toes and slammed the wood flowers on the ground. If the ancestor of the hidden official said this kind of foreign words, he would be cold and loyal to one of his confidants and generals. Zhu Lian echoed, "It's that lively, fiery, daring loyal." Chen Pingan held back his laughter, and it took the old cook to clean up this guy. The white-haired boy's eyes widened, almost choking out his internal injuries. In fact, the most powerful person in the matter of saying strange things is not Cui Dongshan, nor Zhu Lian, but Chief Zhou of Luopao Mountain. It is estimated that Chief Zhou has talent and knowledge, so he is invincible when it comes to telling jokes, even the old cook and Jing Dafeng are ashamed. For example, the discussion in the Zhu Shi Tang at my house is a quarrel in the pigsty. As long as you can raise your head when you see a beautiful woman, you will be old and strong, and you will not accept the old at all. Fighting at the foot of the mountain, chickens peck each other. There is actually no smell of fat and powder on the side of the Yufusi in Piyin Mountain. There is neither Manli's cook girl rushing in and out, nor singing and dancing to add to the fun. It's just that Jing Dafeng and Wei Bo were drinking together and got drunk, saying that he had an idea. After hearing this, Wei Bo was shocked and speechless for a long time. "You are a pure warrior, what are you doing over there in Chidu?" Chen Pingan returned to the bamboo building by the cliff alone and sat at the stone table. Back then at the Great Wall of Sword Chi, Chen Pingan was only the second shopkeeper of a wine shop at the earliest. In addition to practicing boxing, the busy thing every day is to carve seals, build folding fans, and compile 100 Swords Immortal Seal Books, Xianjin Fairy Seal Books. Ning Yao would occasionally go to the house to sit for a while. Chen Pingan was afraid that she would feel bored and that he would leave after sitting for a while, and he would have nothing to say. The reason and meaning of the text on the fan. At first, Ning Yao would listen carefully, and would take the initiative to ask a few words about the source of the words and sentences, but later, for some unknown reason, Ning Yao would show a hint of impatience after listening to it a lot. It was not obvious, maybe she didn't even notice it, but Chen Pingan was so thoughtful, and the second shopkeeper was good at observing words and expressions. Soon she stopped saying more, and made up her mind to talk less. It's just that every time she planned to get up and leave, she used a different method. Lame reason to keep her. Chen Pingan was secretly amused by this, but also a little sad. Because Ning Yao did this because she had a sense of crisis. Chen Pingan would find it very unreasonable, but between men and women, how can there be so much truth to say? To be precise, Ning Yao felt that, gradually, it was difficult for her to chat with Chen Pingan, and she would be very worried. This is the case today, what about tomorrow and the day after tomorrow? Ning Yao felt that he could only practice swords in his life, but Chen Pingan was different. No matter how far Ning Yao is on the road of cultivation, she is still a woman after all. As long as you walk on the road of human love, no one is a coward who worries about gains and losses. After listening to a sentence that does not go well with the ear, a woman's heart will be bleak, cloudy and rainy. She may suddenly hear a sweet love sentence, and suddenly the sun is shining brightly and the sky is clear. Chen Pingan lay on the stone table, folded his hands, rested his chin on the back of his hands, and stared into the distance. Rarely has been in a daze for such a long time that the clouds are curling up and the moon is rising, and Chen Pingan still maintains this posture. Wine, sword, bright moon, Ning Yao. Sort of Coming Chapter 998. Chen Pingan sat up, turned his head to look. Wei Bo came here from Piyun Mountain, dressed in a snow-white robe, with a golden earring on his ear. It is no wonder that among the 5 sacred mountains of Aquarius, Piyun Mountain has the largest number of female officials. Chen Pingan asked with a smile, "Is Xing Daifeng's drinking capacity so bad now that Wei Shanjun is still not full? You want to come to me for a second meal?" Xing Dafeng was probably too drunk, so he didn't return to the house in Luopao Mountain, so he found a place to sleep directly in the Shanjun mansion. Wei Bo rubbed his brows and mixed with drinking. It was easy to get over it. There are 2 things, one for public affairs and one for private affairs. If it wasn't for public affairs, I wouldn't come here in the middle of the night to disturb the mountain master's purification. Chen Pingan wondered, "Is there any business between you and me?" Wei Bo was angry and said, "General Chao Wu of Yuzhou, I have something to discuss with you. According to the military law of Doli, he can communicate with me directly by means of the secret military talisman. Now he is in the ritual department of Shanjun Mansion. As a guest, it is estimated that after drinking tea, I will come to Luopa Mountain to find you." Chen Pingan said strangely, "Yuzhou is not far from our Chuzhou. As a rule, a state general can be equipped with a private ferry, so why bother with Shanjun's mansion? Besides, Chao Wu really has urgent military affairs. Near the residence of the government, you can send the mountain Chujun directly to the mountain gate of Luopao Mountain. Why, deliberately making a big circle, this General Chao wants to use the name of Wei Shanjun to press me?" Wei Bo said with a smile, "I'm just helping to pass the word tonight anyway. Chao Wu is worried that you will find a reason to refuse, saying that he just went to the logging farm in Yuzhang County, Hangzhou, and met Lin Jingqing, the new official. Chao Wu's true identity is recorded in the Beiyue Mountain Monarch's mansion. Chao Wu's real name is Su Mao, and he is the Shihao country's early poet who wrote poems. As one of the main vassals of the latter, Shihao showed a very firm stance. In order to delay the footsteps of Dali's iron cavalry, the 2 countries fought and the battle was tragic. He transferred to Su Gaoshan, the patrolling envoy of Dali, and was the first to become a scout leader. Over the years, he became the general of Daliyu Prefecture step by virtue of his military exploits. Frontier army and officialdom, Chao Wu has a good reputation. Chen Pingan frowned slightly. "Then I'll go with you to the Department of Rights and System, and take the initiative to meet the general of Yuzhou who is here." Wei Bo smiled and said, "So to give face." Chen Pingan said solemnly, "Now the entire Dali court has only a few generals from one state, and half a parent official." Chao Wu did not go to the wild world. There are only 2 possibilities. One is to sit on the bench. The road to promotion in the officialdom of Dali has come to an end, and the other is that Chao Wu is already in the heart of the emperor and is regarded by the emperor Song He. One of the candidates to be in charge of the military department in the future will gradually break away from the Dali border army system, so that Chao Wu only needs to accumulate qualifications and connections in the local area, and in the future, he will have the opportunity to become the person pushed by the Yuan clan of the Shangzhou kingdom to the central position of the imperial court. Later, Chen Pingan followed Wei Bo to Piyun Mountain, and in an elegant courtyard, he saw the general of Yuzhou who was drinking tea, and sat beside him was a female official who was burning incense and making tea. Chen Pingan clasped his fists and said with a smile, "General Chao, we have not seen each other for 20 years, right?" Chao Wu had already stood up to greet him, clasped his fists in return, and said with a hearty smile, "Chao Wu, General of Yuzhou, and Su Mao, an old man of Shihao Kingdom, have seen Shanzhu Qin, but haven't seen him for many years." Shanzhu Qin, as the host, Wei Bo smiled so that the chief of the etiquette department who was in charge of making tea and entertaining guests did not have to be busy, and let him greet the two distinguished guests in person. The young hidden officer who saw the real person for the first time gave a blessing and left. Piyun and Luo Pao are so close together, and Shanjun and Chen Yingguan have a well-recognized relationship in one continent. However, for some reason, Chen Yingguan rarely visits Piyun Mountain. Many officials in her etiquette department are concerned about this. It was deeply regrettable that she even please order with Shan Jun several times, and be sure to invite a young hidden official to sit down at the right system division, but unfortunately Wei Bo was just talking about him. After Chen Pingan was seated, he took the teacup from Wei Bo and asked, "I don't know what Brother Su is looking for from me tonight." Su Mao said, "His Majesty the Emperor is about to make a secret tour of the south, during which he will be stationed at the Yuzhang County Logging Institute. As the General of Yuzhou, who also leads the military affairs of Hongzhou, I must ensure that His Majesty will travel, but now the group of monks accompanying the army in the General's residence, most of them are young people and experienced cultivators who have accompanied the army. They have all been dispatched to the battlefield in the wild world, so I am worried that in case of some unexpected situation, it is inevitable that I will not deal with it properly, so I dared to invite Chen Shanzhu to go to Hongzhou. Yuzhang County. Chen Pingan answered the question, "About this matter, what does Master Lin have to say? Do you have any suggestions?" Su Mao said, "The owner of the Linyuan also feels that his logging department is limited by its own responsibilities and staff allocation, and it is difficult to take care of all aspects. It needs more efforts from the Yuzhou General's office." A typical official speaking, vague wording, seemingly saying nothing, and seeming to say everything at the same time. Chen Pingan smiled, nodded and said, "Understood, I would like to trouble Brother Su to come back and give me an exact date. Even if I can't rush to Yuzhang County in person, I will let the swordsmen in the mountains guard secretly. After all, this matter involves the secrets of the imperial court. I only have a last-class peace card issued by the military department of Doli. It is reasonable to say that without the order of the Ministry of Punishment, Luo Pashan and I cannot participate in this matter, so Brother Su can jointly inform the Ministry of Punishment and the Ancestral Hall of the Ministry of Rights. To avoid unnecessary misunderstandings, with the exact answer from the court, I can arrange the candidates and itinerary as early as possible." The Yuzhou general was instantly relieved and raised his glass with both hands. "Su Mao uses tea instead of wine. Thank you, Lord Qin Shan." Chen Pingan also followed after drinking a cup of tea, and then chatted with Su Mao about the recent situation of Shihaogua. Su Mao quickly left. After sending the general of Yuzhou to the door, Wei Bo again used the supernatural powers of Shanjun. Su Mao was able to shrink the mountains and rivers, and went straight back to the secret room of the general's mansion. Wei Bo smiled and said, "It's obvious that General Chao intends to use you as a favor. After all, there are only a few people in Beia Pingzu who can invite Lord Yingguan. It doesn't matter whether you will visit Yuzhang County in Hongzhou or not. Only 1 or 2 members of the Luo Pao mountain genealogy show up there. I believe that His Majesty the Emperor will look at General Chao with admiration. I am more curious about how Chao Wu talked to Lin Jingqing. Do you want me to help you find out?" To avoid being drilled by Chao Wu empty. Chen Pingan shook his head and said, "Forget it, I was hesitant to go to Yuzhang County." Without Chen Pingan taking the initiative to ask, Wei Bo talked about the so-called private matter. Xing Dafeng said that he has three choices now: stay in Luopao Mountain, not be a gatekeeper, find a vassal mountain, teach people boxing later, and then it is to go to Tong Yizhou to hang out with Cui Dongshan. The third option is for him to go to Chidu, but if you want to do this, you and I need to recommend it together, so he is more embarrassed. Chen Pingan angrily said, "Is this guy's brain flooded?" Yuzhang Dafeng, a pure warrior, went to Dadu to be the Duke of Dadu. It is true that today in Dadu, in the central part of Aquarius, there are Changchun Ho Yanghua and Lily Chao Yong, but there is still a lack of a Shui Jun with the title of Gong. To facilitate this, no matter who fills the vacancy, the Dali court of course has the right to recommend, although it still needs the approval of the Confucian Temple. It is just a passing scene. Immortal Mansion, the situation is very different, because this great blasphemy was excavated by the Dali dynasty, and the Confucian Temple will not point fingers with the Dali Song clan on this matter. As for this great blasphemy that has high authority but has been unresolved for a long time, it is not an exaggeration to say that the forces of all parties are robbing the head, so if Xing Dafeng really intends to go to Chidu to pick up the leaks, in addition to needing Wei Bo's help to match up, in fact, the one who can really finalize the matter has to refuse to take the position. Chen Pingan, the national teacher of Dali. Wei Bo leaned against the door and said helplessly, "I scolded him like that at the time, but he said it was master's intention. What else can I say? It's not like you don't know that Xing Dafeng is the most respectful teacher." Chen Pingan took a deep breath. Wei Bo glanced at Chen Pingan, who had a gloomy face, and said with a smile, "Why are you so rude? You cultivators have been watching for a long time, and our civil, military, and heroic achievements can be regarded as a kind of common goal." When he was drinking at the UFU division earlier, Xing Dafeng was drunk with hazy eyes, wiped his mouth, and said with a smile that if he can become such a high-ranking official and Pai Yunshan can keep up with him, wouldn't the landscape be blooming, and good brothers really share weal and woe? The same wealth, have the opportunity to have a divine number. Chen Pingan shook his head and said, "Xing Dafeng is different from you. If simplicity is just a good thing, it is nothing more than a consumption of favors." Of course, Chen Pingan will not hesitate, even if Luopeishan needs to do some benefit exchange with Dali Song. For Xing Dafeng, it is a trivial matter. The problem lies in Xing Dafeng. The reasons for embarking on this divine way are extremely complex and far-reaching. It is impossible to say whether he repeat the same mistakes or what. The key point is that Chen Pingan still does not know whether Xing Dafeng remembers the events of the past. All in all, in Chen Pingan's opinion, this matter can be wait and see. After all, Tong Yizhou will also have a brand new blasphemy. Xing Dafeng really wants to seek a divine position, and there will definitely not be the sigh of, "There is no arrangement in the world," in the future. Chen Pingan asked, "What does Xing Dafeng think? When drinking with you, did he show any inclination in his conversation?" Wei Bo smiled and said, "It's my fault that I didn't say it clearly. It's not as bad as you think. Our brother Dafeng was at the wine table before, and we had already started to plan the 20 divisions of our own water mansion, and we would invite women who have not yet filled the vacancies. Please make a list for him anyway. It must not be inferior to Pai Yunshan." Chen Pingan was so aggrieved, he couldn't help but scold at her mother. I don't know whether to scold Xing Dafeng for being lenient, or to scold Wei Bo for lying about military intelligence. Today there is wine and today is drunk, tomorrow's worry comes tomorrow's worry. Wei Bo smiled and said, "Master Chen Shan is busy with business, and it is rare to come to Piyun Mountain. Since everyone has come, I must take this opportunity to have a few drinks tonight." Chen Pingan said, "As far as our relationship is concerned, what kind of wine we drink, the friendship between gentlemen is as light as water. On the other hand, when Jing Dafeng climbed the mountain, he kept suggesting that Wei Shanjun should drink more or less meat tonight, and don't make it too clear. It's just that Wei Bo pretended not to understand Jing Dafeng's suggestion, but fortunately, Jing Dafeng didn't complain when he drank the vegetarian wine. Wei Bo stretched out his hand to grab Chen Shan's arm, dragged him into the house again and took a seat, and snapped his fingers again, and soon there was a palace makeup officer of Huan Peiying walked into the house, brought wine and food, and was only responsible for there are as many as 3 female officials carrying food boxes. Could it be the number of ways that 3 or 2 chopsticks can finish a dish? Otherwise, it's just 2 people drinking each other. Where does it take so much trouble? Moreover, when they arranged the wine utensils and placed the dishes, their movements were especially gentle, and their eyes were filled with anticipation. With a smile on his face, Chen Pingan said in his heart, "Jun Wei Shan, do you count as revenge?" Wei Bo smiled and said, "If you want to add a crime, there is no excuse." Presumably, within the past 6 months, his own etiquette department will no longer complain about the busyness of the documents. Next time Shanju Chen visits Shanjun Mansion, can the drinking place be moved to the supervision division? After they all evacuated the house, Wei Bo didn't bother to persuade him to drink. He picked up the spring bamboo shoots and the pickled vegetables with chopsticks, chewed it slowly, and asked, "The 5 mountains of treasure Pingzhou, there is a chance to entitle the gods, what do you mean?" Chen Pingan took a sip of wine. "What do you think? I'm not even a sage of the academy, how can I be so powerful?" Wei Bo said, "But according to the news from the Middle-earth Divine Continent, it seems that your husband personally put forward this suggestion. The Ritual Book Academy is also very insistent, and Mao Sai also gave a copy of very detailed plan, explaining the pros and cons of this matter. Among them, 3 of the Confucian temple leaders and vice presidents, 1 in favor and 1 against, and the other one has not expressed a position for the time being. Therefore, the Confucian temple still needs to hold a formal discussion that requires the presence of the 72 academies. And then to finalize the final result of this matter, in the big picture, it is still more likely to pass." Chen Pingan nodded. Since Weishan, including the 5 sacred mountains of the divine continent in the Middle Earth, has long had divine titles, then this matter is at least in line with the rules of etiquette. Maybe after the decision is made, you guys will be listed on the Confucian Temple's landscape genealogy. It is highly probable that the position of God will remain unchanged. After all, the other 7 continents do not have the Dayue Mountain Lord for the time being. In recent years, the Confucian Temple has restarted the Dadu sealing ceremony, plus the Lord of Land and Water Transport and the establishment of the 4 Sea Lords, and there are also the matter of the water holding a dart can help the water to obtain merits. Presumably, the Mountain Hauran must have some opinions. I will also nag a few words. If you give it to treasure the 5 mountain kings of Pingzhou, the sacred number, for the Confucian Temple, it is a matter of benefit and cost. It can not only help Beipingzhu stabilize the mountains and rivers, but also appease the world's mountain gods, so that the Confucian Temple is not too partial to the water god. In this way, many mountain gods in Beizhou still have hope, which means that there is an additional promotion channel out of thin air. 3 birds with 1 stone, why not? Wei Bo smiled and joked. Master Mao Shan was transferred to the secretary of the School of Rites. He is really a fairy. Chen Pingan complained, "Fuck you, this is called Guangfengjiu, act impartially, you don't get cheap here and behave well." Wei Bo said, "For that thank you gift, next time you go to Wucai Tianxia, remember to thank Ningyao for me." Chen Pingan nodded and said, "It must be brought." Wei Bo said tentatively, listening to Jing Dafeng's tone, "You seem to be someone who urgently needs gold and copper coins right now." Piyun Mountain still has 7 or 80 gold and copper coins in storage. The family belongings, relying on the salary of Dali, the ants moved, and accumulated hundreds of years and 1,000 years. Maybe there is a swipe, and now it is no longer needed. Why don't you take it? Chen Pingan waved his hand. I don't care about your beryllium copper and wrought iron. Wei Bo immediately held the cup in both hands. The owner of the mountain is very strong. I must toast. Good guy, dare you to wait for my words. Chen Pingan waved his hand. Stop the ink. First toast 3 cups in a row, and talk about sincerity. Wei Bo really drank 3 glasses of wine in a row, hiccups, and joked. According to the customs of Chuzhou today, for weddings, the wine table has to be set up twice, one in Feixingcheng, and if there is a place on the other side of Luopao Mountain not enough, our Shanjun mansion can help make room. Chen Pingan gave Wei Bo a thumbs up, took off his cloth shoes, rolled up his sleeves, and judging by his posture, he planned to compete with Wei Shanjun at the wine table, and with a snort, he drank a glass of wine. Wei Bo suddenly said, Lin Shuyi has been in retreat for a while, and he is at the Changchun Palace. According to the recent signs of the Beiyue ley lines, it is very likely that he and Xia Ling of Longquan Sword Sect will enter the Jade Pure Realm at about the same time. The 5 people in Yuan Huajing are now helping Lin Shuyi guard the gate. Chen Pingan said, since Su Mao has promised to go to Yuzhang County, then let's go to Changchun Palace first. Wei Bo said angrily, what does it have to do with me? It's too late to welcome you to Changchun Palace. It doesn't matter if you have me or not. Chen Pingan stretched out his hand, give it back to me. Ning Yao likes to read Chen Pingan's landscape travel notes, and also said that this good habit can be maintained. On the top of his own mountain, millet grains are of ear, and now the white-haired boy is still in charge of compiling the chronology, and he can't hide it. When he thought of traveling to the Middle Earth and Divine Continent in the future, he would also have to go to the blessed land of 100 flowers. Just like until now, hasn't Chen Pingan never been to the Fox country in his blessed land? Wei Bo laughed loudly, then I will reluctantly and accompany you to the Changchun Palace. Qing Tsong outside Lulu, red robes by the water, wind skirts and jade pendants, colorful skirts and streamers, Yingyan Jianyan everywhere. Just like the female officials of the various divisions of their own Shanjun mansion, whether they are from the old landscape gods or from the spirits of mountain ghosts, they are almost all curious about this young hidden official who is surrounded by clouds and fog. Wei Bo said with a smile, I'm surprised, Ning Yao is such a big-hearted woman, you are so preoccupied with this kind of thing, isn't it very suspicious that there is no silver 300 taels here, and the next-door Wang heir never stole it? Chen Pingan sneered, are you the god of the mountain and the lord of the mountain of Dayue showcasing the method of shrinking the earth? As far as the reasoning on paper and the knowledge outside the book concerning love between men and women are concerned, I am no match for Zhu Lian, Chief Zhou, and me Daijiangxian. Come on, even if you add them together, one hand is enough for Lao Tzu. Wei Bo was speechless with a helpless expression on his face. If he had known, he would not have helped the ritual division to save this wine bureau. Drink and drink. Temporarily rely on the wine glass to grow the spirit. After Chen Pingan finished drinking the wine in the glass, he waved his hand, it's boring to drink like this, let's slap your mouth, hurry up, replace the wine glass with a big white bowl. Outside the water pavilion of Changchun Palace, on a road where flowers and birds depended on each other, a woman who was far inferior to Zhou Haijing and Gain came, and beside her was a female cultivator with a girly appearance, the latter holding a fruit plate. The woman's name is Song Yu, she is the supreme elder of Changchun Palace, and the girl is her direct disciple named Xiongnan. The entire Aquarius continent often does not understand the Dali Song dynasty, the chief consecrate Wanqiong, and the Changchun Palace, which is still only one of the sect candidates. For example, if the Song family reminisces about the past, with the current national power and background of the Dali dynasty, it should also be replaced by a chief worshipper who is at least an immortal, or even an ascension realm, as the face of a country. Song Yudio's name Lin Yu is a cultivator of the highest realm and seniority in Changchun Palace. She is also a close disciple of the founder of Changchun Palace. The current palace lords are all just the nephew of this female nun. Song Yu is a very old nascent soul realm, with a skillful appearance, a woman's appearance, but only the appearance of a middle-aged person. Because the Dali Song clan treated the Changchun Palace too favorably, the outside world has been speculating that the Dali Song clan can gradually rise from a small vassal state of the Liu dynasty at the beginning, amid internal and external troubles, and finally annex the suzerain country in a leap, becoming the hegemon of the northern Aquarius continent. In this turbulent process, Song Yu, who shares the same surname as the country, and the Changchun Palace created by her, are the driving forces behind the Dali Song clan to survive in the cracks. Precisely because of her he was the mediator and was responsible for saying good things to the emperors of the Liu dynasty. The Song dynasty waited for the appearance of Yuan and Chao, the two ministers of Zhongxing, and waited 100 years ago to finally usher in the embroidered tiger. As the national teacher of Dali, and later, he will invite the military saint Wanqiong to serve as the chief worshipper. Song Yu came in person, and Yuan Huajing walked to the bottom of the steps on the north side of the water pavilion, clasped his fists in salute. Most of the monks in Changchun Palace had noticed the movement here before, and for fear of an accident, they could only ask the Supreme Elder to come here to find out in person. In fact, Song Yu had already discovered the strangeness of the glazed tiles on the roof of the waterside pavilion. After she got the report yesterday, she just deliberately dragged her away and made a little trouble. This loss of money is nothing. It seems that her own palace is too petty. She kept calm, smiled and said, "Thank you for your hard work." Gai Yan took the fruit plate and said with a smile, "It's not hard at all, it's all about duty. The scenery here is not bad, it's both eye-catching and mind-blowing." As the shopkeeper of the Xianjian in the capital, he made up his mind to change his past and make the business of the inn better. Just like this water pavilion, which happens to be named Yesterday Feizhai, it was made just for her. Zhou Haijing, the mother-in-law, speaks a bit ugly, but occasionally she can say a few human words. The girl took out 6 pots of Changchun Palace wine from the square-inch object given by the master, according to the old rules. Gai Yan secretly rejoiced, and got 5 pots again. As for the pot belonging to Zhou Haijing, don't even think about it. This auntie is a money fan who fell into the eyes of money. Go for those jugs of wine. Zhou Haijing just leaned on the pillar, put his arms around his chest, and said with a smile, "After all, we are responsible, and it is easy to make mistakes when drinking. Besides, the paintings and calligraphy are good in the waterside pavilion. It is said that when life is frustrated, you only need to borrow articles from the ancients to read. After all, it's enough to be super relaxed, and you don't need to pour wine with wine. So we kindly accept it, and Xiancher Song really doesn't need to bring wine next time." Gai Yan said angrily with her heart, "Zhou Haijing, are you lacking in virtue? Aren't you a fan of money? Why do you use this sinister method of killing 1,000 enemies and destroying 800 yourself?" Zhou Haijing said with a smile, "1 pot to 5 pots, you make a lot of money, and I make a little money, so I'm not happy. So if you can't earn a single piece of money, you'll take it as a big money." Song Yu was obviously a little surprised to hear that Zhou Haijing acted so impartially, but she was a sophisticated old Yuaning, and said with a smile, "Zhou Zongshi is right, but there is still a way to treat guests. We will give you drinks as usual in the future. If you are worried about affecting the protection of the customs, just leave it alone. Drink or not, deal with it as appropriate. Even if you save it and take it away after you are done with business, it can be considered a little thought of our Changchun Palace." Gai Yan just breathed a sigh of relief, only to hear Zhou Haijing's condensed voice again. "Did you hear it? Did you learn it? If you have a wealth of money, if you have Song Yes success in life, you don't have to do much, you can achieve it in one go. Enough, the business of your Xianjiayin will not be so good. Song Yu only walked and chatted with Yuan Huajing along the lakeside road. She had an excellent relationship with the Yuan clan of the Shangzhou kingdom and had a long history. The friendship can be traced back to the distant ancestor Yuan Xing. Therefore, Yuan Huajing was extremely respectful to Song Yu. The descendants of the Yuan clan in Shangzhou Kingdom did not know that there was a real Yuan clan ancestral house in Erlang Lane in that small town after the opening of Lizidongshan, which made the Yuan clan one more genealogy that can be tested. This is the common trouble of many ancient aristocratic families. It is not easy to determine the first king of the family and the ancestor who obtained the surname. The rich and powerful family of one continent and all countries mostly use the one who obtained the king's, heaven's favor, as the first ancestor. After all, it is like with such an orderly inheritance of the Yunlin Jiang clan, there are only a handful of existences in the entire vast world. Song Yu sighed quietly. Master was unable to break through the bottleneck and become Jade Pu, and the soldier died. He once left a will and decree. In fact, Song Yu deliberately omitted 2 words. After being humble, there is still Rui. Yuan Huajing said, the success of Changchun Palace today is entirely due to the willingness of later monks to strictly follow the teachings of the founder of the mountain. In fact, the Yuan clan also has a similar family motto, and surnames like the Tianshui Zhao clan are similar in this matter. For a family, it is difficult to make achievements, and it is even more difficult to extend its well-being. If you want to escape the gentleman's swamp, the 3rd generation will decline, and the 5th generation will be executed, from a nobility to an aristocratic clan, and then maintain long-term vitality, whether it is reading history books, or looking around. Around the officialdom, it seems that there needs to be rules and rituals there, silently affecting future generations. It seems invisible, but in fact it is indispensable. Over time, it has become a kind of family tradition. The female cultivator named Zhongnan was left alone by the master on the side of the waterside because she was not good at words. She seemed very cramped. She wanted to make the best of the landlord's friendship, but she didn't know how to speak, so she was a little cold for a while. The appearance of a woman can only be said to be delicate, not a beauty. Her real name is Yishan, so she is often nicknamed Yishan, because she was born from a low-ranking family of boatmen in Hongzhou town, and has not yet been pardoned by the Dali dynasty, so after going up the mountain to practice, she was forced to abandon her surname. It was renamed Zhongnan on the Changchun Palace genealogy. It is rumored that the Empress Dowager Dali was very fond of this girl when she was still the Empress. After removing a final character, it was finally named Song Nan, the national surname of Song, and the south of the Queen Mother's name, South Hairpin. However, it is also said that it is also possible that he was given the surname Nan and the name Song. In this way, it is equivalent to the Empress Dowager Nanpin, who was born in Yuzhang County, Hangzhou, and accepted the girl as a family member included in the genealogy. No matter what kind of choice it is a great honor for a girl from a humble background. Fortunately, Gai Yan helped warm up the scene, and I asked her if she had anything, and then invited her to pass through the capital in the future. She must stay at her own inn, which can be discounted and very favorable. Zhou Haijing couldn't help dismantling the platform and said, "Discount? What kind of discount? 11% off." The boy with his knees crossed with a mountain stick was stubborn and grinned. Although this Zhou Haijing was annoying, the few words that occasionally popped out made the young man feel a little familiar and close, because the tone of speaking with Mr. Chin was a bit similar. Sui Lin is a 5-element expert who is proficient in yin-yang numerology and astronomical geography, so his perspective on Changchun Palace is the most expert. According to legend, the originator of Changchun Palace, her ancestors were all Yuzhou fishermen. She did not have a clear teacher. She was born in Shanzi Yeshou, started from scratch, and founded this Changchun Palace. Therefore, the housekeeping skills of Changchun Palace, the surface is the water method of several pulses, but the inside is a very clever five thunder law, and it is said that it has nothing to do with the thunder law of Longhu Mountain. According to the interpretation of the Master Su of the Zhaoling character, the dragon is the length of the scale worm, and it is both quiet and bright. During the spring equinox, it ascends to the sky to travel the wind and rain, and during the autumn equinox, it is hidden in the abyss to nourish the true spirit. Previously, Cui Dongshan, along with Jiang Shangjin and his long-lost sister, Cui Huayuan, went to the Egret Ferry in Jingyang Mountain together. The boy in white squatted on the shore and once recited a poem about traveling to the immortals with roots in the mountains. It's just that it's not widely spread, and it's a little unfamiliar. It is occasionally heard in later generations. It can only be guessed that it has something to do with a Taoist real person who traveled to the Aquarius, the founding emperor of the Liu dynasty, and the founder of the Changchun Palace. It is the mysterious and mysterious words, the emperor resides in Zhen, Longda is in spring, immortals travel in Changchun Palace, do not ride a white dragon on a cloud cart, the South China Sea rises green, and brews longevity wine. Of course, Sui Lin had also heard of this poem about traveling to the immortals, which was similar to a ballad, so this time he was guarding a pass for Lin, and he just took the opportunity to carefully inspect the geology of Changchun Palace. In other words, the best app for reading aloud and listening to books at present, install the latest version. Zhou Haijing gathered his voice into a thread and whispered, "It is said that Song Yu and the ancestor of the Qin clan, who belonged to the Dashigu line of Fengshua Temple, were old acquaintances when they were young, so they have some stories. In Baya Pingzu, you are the most well-informed. Is this true or false?" Gai Yan didn't have a good air, fake. A martial artist who is full of food and supports himself, and cares about these messy mountain rumors every day, no wonder he loses to Yu Hong. Zhou Haijing laughed so hard that he didn't have the same knowledge as this female ghost in the Golden Core realm. Yu Hong, a martial arts master, who beat you to change yen from an order is not the same as playing. Zhou Nan was not good at dealing with people, so she just stood in the corridor and looked at the hill. When the girl and Lin Shui met for the first time, it was like a chance encounter. She only felt that the young man in the green shirt on the shore, clean clothes, and elegant temperament, when he was in Hongzhou town, where the lights were feasting and the night was singing, it was like a spring leaf floating on the turbid water surface. On Zongnan's waist hangs a sword talisman made by Longquan Jianzong. Because it was a gift from his teacher, and he was happy when he saw it, he always carried it with him as an ornament. Moreover, she had secretly traveled to the top of the old Beiyue mountain back then. It was not the kind of serious downhill experience, but it was more like relaxing and traveling in the mountains and water. Anyway, she was close to the teacher's gate and was in the land of Jiangyi. Then, on a mountain road, she accidentally bumped into a little girl with an umbrella covered in mud, and a girl in green clothes with ponytails. They walked together for some distance. The ponytail girl who never said her name even taught Zhong Nan an obscure fire method, but Zhong Nan never dared to practice it easily. After all, Changchun Palace is based on the water method. He Fa, the Xianjia sect that is the foundation of its existence, did not dare to conceal this matter from the master. Song Yu didn't say much after hearing the Dharma, but asked his disciples to study this rootless fire Dharma after entering the Dragon Gate realm. Over the hills on the opposite side of the lake, there was a faint sound of thunder in the clear blue sky. It was no doubt that Lin Shui was about to pass out of the gate of enlightenment. Neither the catastrophe fell, nor did it appear very boring. After a while, a man in a Confucian shirt walked out of the cave, and every time he took a breath, Lin Shui's face had 7 orifices, and there were strands of tiny golden thunder and lightning hanging on the mountain wall like dragons and snakes. Song Yu, his disciple Zhong Nan, and the 5 people in Yuanhua's territory immediately went to the opposite bank. Song Yu saluted and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Lin, I'm very happy." Lin Shui returned the salute with the supreme elder of Changchun Palace. Lin Shui and Song Yu met for the first time in Hongzhou town many years ago. One was painting a boat and the other was on the shore. Although Song Yu was older and had a high position on the mountain, her words were witty and not a good idea. Old-fashioned, she could see at a glance that Lin Shui was an excellent cultivator, and even half-joking with the young man, she deliberately described herself as the kind of real mountain fairy, which included the phrase, 5 thunders. Anyway, with the words, not plain enough, he showed off his immortal style. When Lin Shui was in Qidun Mountain, he got a book on the clouds, which belonged to a young man who had just dabbled in the thunder method, and the content of this book was written in a crooked manner. Understand the true weight of the 4 words, 5 thunders. On the waterside side, 2 elusive outsiders occupied the dove's nest. Chen Pingon leaned against the pillar, put his hands in his sleeves, tapped his toes on the ground, and said with a smile, "I really want to talk about it, but also thanks to the secret book you gave." Wei Bo was lazy, sitting beside the beauties, holding the railing with both hands, raised Erlang's legs, and said with a smile, "I don't dare to greed for this merit." Back then, in Qidun Mountain, a swordsman who claimed to be incapable of splashing with one-handed swordsmanship took the boys and girls to sit on the ground and share the spoils. The scene at that time, in the words of the little girl in the red jacket, was that even Lin Shui ran very fast, but Lin Shui was the first to choose the treasure. The Lang Lang books on the clouds, tied with golden silk threads. When Lin Shui was also studying in the academy, he once followed a master of the academy of the Great Sui dynasty, and went to the Beiyue realm of the Great Sui dynasty to watch Lei Yun. The master also gave him a thunder drum belly bottle specially used to collect thunder and lightning. Chen Pingon once returned to his hometown and climbed the mountain with the ponytail girl. Because he remembered that Lin Shui was the first practitioner among them, and he was also a practitioner of thunder, so Chen Pingon asked Wan Xiu about the practice of thunder. For the precautions, she said some things that came from hearsay. Afterwards, Chen Pingon recorded them one by one in the book and gave them to Lin Shui. Chen Pingan's original intention was not even an extravagant hope of finding ways to fill in the gaps. He just wondered if Lin Shui could have more inspiration. Later, Jing Juzhong of Beidasheng secretly visited Huaihuang County, found the dragon slayer who secretly lived in the soul of a blind Taoist priest, and then accepted Gu Ken as a disciple. During the period of Jing Juzhong, he used a copy of Song of the Clouds, which he personally completed, in exchange for one thing from Lin Shui, the one that Chen Pingon obtained from the blind Taoist Jia Sheng and then gave it to Lin Shui, ancestral, search mountain map. It turns out that this book on the cloud came from the White Emperor city in the Middle Earth. Jing Juzhong once asked about Longhu Mountain, but as long as Jing Juzhong has a discussion with others about Taoism, generally speaking, the other party should not think about how to hide it. Sure enough, as Jing Juzhong he quickly wrote this book on the cloud by himself. The key point is that after Longhu Mountain and Beidasheng borrowed this book, all the nobles from Tianshi Mansion looked at each other, speechless, knowing that the other party was borrowing. He secretly learned his own 5 thunders, but it seems that no matter how they search Yanchangshu, there is only a strange and awkward feeling. A Taoist book, between the lines, feels wrong everywhere, and everywhere is related to the secret Leifa of Tianshifu. The inextricable relationship seems to really need to be calculated, and there is a lot of Jing Juzhong's own reasoning, and even the Tianshi Mansion can learn from it. It's just that the one in Lin Shui's hand is a fragment, similar to the first volume, and is only suitable for the cultivation of the thunder method of the monks in the lower 5 realms. In the end, Cui Dongshan wrote his own comments on the 3 volumes of Lei Fa Taoism, which made Lin Shui's practice not only powerful, but also extremely fast, and he hardly encountered any barriers or bottlenecks. Chen Pingon asked, where does the old master from Shanaya Academy have roots? Wei Bo nodded and smiled and said, as you guessed, it is the avatar of the old coachman in the capital of Dole, the old Shinto senior who almost practiced with you. He obviously has long been attracted to Lin Shuyi's cultivating qualifications. Among the younger generation of Lizhu Dongtian, Lin Shuyi, Ma Kuxuan, and Xia Ling are not quite the same as Chen Pingon, Lu Xianying, and Gu Kan. Until I entered the 5 realms, I hardly encountered any barriers, let alone encountered any dangerous fighting methods. Just 2 words, good luck. Chen Pingon asked again, have you heard of Shang Shang Xian Xian Ji? Wei Bo quickly checked his memory and shook his head, unheard of. At the end of a poem about wandering immortals, there is a sentence, I only wish Mr. Xian to look at it frequently, and ask Xian Xian outside Xian Xian. And the Lang Lang books on the clouds left in Baya Pingzu fell into the hands of Lin Shuyi all the way. In fact, Beiju Luzhou, there is still a Xian Xian collection of Shangshang, which finally belongs to Sui Jingqing of Duckweed Sword Lake. Last time, Lin Shuyi and Dong Shuijing attended the Luo Pao Mountain ceremony. Chen Pingon also shared a secret with Lin Shuyi, reminding Lin Shuyi that he had the opportunity to travel to Beiju Luzhou and visit the Lingshao School's Pity Peak and Duckweed. Jianhu 2 places, because Sui Jingqing happened to have 3 volumes of Taoism, also lay Fa, called Shang Shang Xian Xian Ji. If there is a connection between the mountain and Sui Jingqing, Lin Shuyi and Sui Jingqing can exchange Taoism books. This is not uncommon in the mountains. Even some sects with good relations will give and exchange copies of their precious Taoism books with each other to enrich their families. Bartering, exchanging books for books, are common things. The more sects and sects, the more frequent this is. Just like the Shengshuangshuan Ji, Sui Jingqing also has 3 golden hairpins that seem to be similar. Whenever the golden hairpins strike each other, a circle of halo ripples will be stirred up, which contains the very subtle true meaning of thunder. The 3 golden hairpins are engraved with 4-character inscriptions, the spirit is pure and subtle, Wenqing Shen Shao, and Taixia slave ghost. This Leifa Dao book is also divided into 3 volumes. The only difference from the Book of Clouds is that the first volume of the former only explains the purpose of the Dao. Qi practitioners only have this book of secrets, which can be said to be almost useless. For example, it is like the 5,000 words passed down by the Taoist ancestors, which are known to everyone in the world and can be read by everyone. A Qi practitioner, embarking on the path of cultivation. But Sui Jingqing reluctantly relied on reading the first volume over and over again, and only by her own blind thinking, she read out a Qi practitioner who was a bottleneck in the second realm. The junior sister Sui Jingqing who has returned to the sect is simply a genius of the sky that makes him unmatched. It is not without reason that Wu Lei Jingfa is known as the head of all laws. At that time, Chen Pingon always felt that Sui Jingqing's Taoist book seemed to be waiting for Lin Shuyi. So when Jing Dafeng returned to Luo Pao Mountain this time, and Chen Pingon solved the mystery, the answer was both unexpected and reasonable. People who practice, have a tenacious mind, and embrace Pu Shuyi. A person who has attained Taoism is self-contained, and the interior scene is clear. Chen Pingon said, let's go. Wei Bo wondered, can't you see Lin Shuyi? Chen Pingon smiled and said, if Wei Shanjun had planned ahead, he would have prepared 2 congratulatory gifts, and I would go see him. Wei Bo immediately stood up, glanced at the figure on the other side of the lake, nodded with a smile, and quietly left Changchun Palace with Chen Pingon. Sure enough, as Wei Bo expected, Lin Shuyi and Lin Shuyi were almost the same as the front and back. On the Longquan sword sect, Xia Ling successfully refined the exquisite pagoda and became the latest Jade Pure Realm sword cultivator in Aquarius. And in the deepest part of the earth vessel in Yuzhou, Song Su included 5 cultivators of the earth branch, when they were about to get the secret treasure, they saw a sable-capped girl with red cheeks, talking madly, saying this thing it belongs to the old thing she hid here. Who dares to rob her? She is just a weak girl, she is very lady, but she can send rescue soldiers and ask her husband to help her to seek justice. He is famous. I feel bad for my daughter-in-law, afraid of my wife, and kill the few of you without negotiating. When the sable-capped girl saw that the other party was clearly intimidated, she nodded in self-satisfaction, and then raised her chin towards the hanging treasure full of layers of ancient prohibitions. Thanks for coming here in time, otherwise you guys, if you are stupid, I'll breaks the ban, and the consequences are too serious. It is estimated that half of the Aquarius will collapse. Do you believe it? Oh, the Milky Way is high, the fire is burning, the dragon and snake are rising, the road is full of wind and horses, the sun, moon, mountains and rivers are added. Spectacular, heaven and earth have been collected into a treasure bottle. Does it sound amazing? Do you have any knowledge? I just made it up, and that's roughly what it means. In the early years of the earth-shattering war of water and fire, you little children are now even immortals. Not at all. Can you mix it up? I don't know how high the sky is. While talking nonsense, she shouted, Xiao Mo, is Xiao Mo here? Xiago looked around. It seemed that Xiao Mo really didn't follow, and she felt warm in her heart. You're tuning in to the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.